what's going on, everyone? This is Eric with SweetSpotDFS going over a DFS strategy video for the 2025 RBC Heritage. We're gonna go over everything you need to know on how to target the optimal lineup this week. That covers, I should say, that's going to cover the course and tournament information, pass optimal and GPP winning lineups, the Marquee Tee Times. We'll review the Masters. How many of you still are feeling the Masters hangover? I certainly am. It was a fantastic tournament. I had a good Millie Maker lineup in the running until Minwoo Lee kind of crapped the bed, like I know a lot of other golfers did for other people, but it was looking good after Saturday, and then Sunday happened, and then it wasn't so good. So we were close. I made most of my money back. Not all of it, but I did put in about $400 and got $300 back, so it was good. It was good. Been kind of a little bit on a heater recently, and I think it has everything to do with lineup building, which I will be doing at the end of this video for everybody that is interested, I should say. And contest selection. A lot of what I do is a bit different than what other people do out there. I can certainly talk about my strategies in this video if everyone wants me to. A reminder, this is live, so I have a chat that's currently going on that I like to talk to. I like to spend, my in-between segments talking to them. So I know on YouTube you can check out the live chat replay. I think there's a button there when this goes, into YouTube after being live, that you can see what everyone's talking about in the chat. I see Jason was the first to respond, saying that the bucket numbers look wrong on the cheat sheet. I did update that. Gabe, who was the second person in the comments here that says that he can't make the live chat, he was the first one to mention it to me, and it's all because of I have Masters data that goes back to 2010, and typically what I do from week to week is I copy over all of the engine pieces for building the buckets and stuff, because it all matches up. This is the year of 2025, so every 2025 sheet that I create has the same types of data. It pulls from the same places, so it was a copying error. Apparently, when I copy the Masters one, it just doesn't do what other spreadsheets do for whatever reason. I don't know why. Last week's numbers were correct. I know that for certain. I did make the updates for this week, so those are also updated. So yeah, we're gonna go over the Masters, and I'm actually gonna review the Masters first. I think that's what I want to do with most of these videos going forward, is let's just get the review out of the way. That way everyone here can see how well the Sweet Spot process did last week, and then we can get into a lot of what the Sweet Spot process will be for this week. And of course, I will be covering Marquee Tee Times, which for the Masters were spot on, which is wonderful. Love that. I don't know what hit me, but I am definitely suffering from some type of allergy right now. So if I seem short-winded, my eyes are red. Currently, I was trying to ice pack them before going live, but I don't know what it is. I don't know. I have no idea. As I've gotten older, I've developed different strategies, different allergies. So who knows? I don't know. I don't have allergy medication on me. So unfortunately, if I look like I'm struggling, it's probably because I'm struggling, but we'll get through this. Everything will be fine. But yeah. So let me talk to the chat. I see Daryl Mooney is in here. He says he donated to the DFS Hope. Oh, I donated last week to DFS. Hope this week is better. I see what you mean. I'm not sure how to justify what 10K golfer this week. Yeah, we'll talk about that for sure. Dave Dean in here with the Sweet Spot DFS. Wheels up. Cheers to you too, sir. Masters was a disaster for you. Zalatoris, Straka, Henley. Oh, dude. I had a lot of good Straka lineups, and his last like 17th and 18th. I wasn't paying attention for a little bit. I thought he was definitely going to make the cut, only to come back to see he missed it by like 3 strokes. It's like, what the hell? That was terrible. Given that we're coming off the Masters and may have a different format, a no-cut event, how does a hardcore golf fan like yourself justify your DFS strategy after the year's most popular event? Says Wheels Up. we'll talk about that. Nothing really changes from the SweetSpot process. We build the buckets the same way we typically do. We look at past top 10s, top 5s, optimal lineups. That's all baked into all the formulas that I create for the buckets. It's all the same. It's just all the same. The only things that change would be how many golfers are in the field and, you know, how the strength of field points gets divided into each of those buckets. That's really all that's changing from last week to this week. But last week only had 95 golfers in it. This week has 72 or 74, something like that. It's not really going to change much. And you can ask me this question when we get further into the video. Ryan said sent for the optimizer. Ryan, I'll send it to you when we start building lineups. I'm not gonna take time right now to send it to you. Oh, and get the likes up. Yeah, if we get to 25 likes, I will give away 5 free memberships. I mean, that's going to be a staple going forward. Speaking of giveaways, before we get into the review, I have a new giveaway graphic. We're still doing the $5 for the weekly giveaway all the time. I will always give away $5 for the foreseeable future. Maybe that will change into memberships for weekly access. I don't know. We'll see. But I think a lot of people like the idea of cash, and I've got no issue giving out $5 a week. What I can't continue to do is give out $50 a month. So I'm going to give a membership to a monthly membership or a monthly giveaway that runs every Tuesday of the first, or every first Tuesday of the month. That's going to be a $20 value. And if we reach the goal that you see way over there to the left, we're at 824 subscribers out of 850. I'll include a t-shirt with it. Now, if you're already a member at SweetSpotDFS.com and you end up winning the monthly giveaway, I'm just going to give you a t-shirt. It doesn't matter if we hit the goal or not. I also have SweetSpot DFS Pro V1s that I can give away. I did that in the past. I got a whole new arsenal of those. I've got 4 dozen Pro V1s, number 9 SweetSpot DFS golf balls that I can use for kind of a little trophy. And then also, for all of those interested, if Denny McCarthy ever wins a golf tournament, I have a signed Denny McCarthy Pro V1 that I will give to anyone who comments, not in the live chat, on replay. Come back into this video, comment Denny McCarthy. That's all you got to do, and that's going to be a whole separate giveaway. Whole separate giveaway just for that golf ball. It can count towards your weekly giveaway too, but if you're interested in a Denny McCarthy golf ball that's signed by him, just go ahead and post Denny McCarthy in the chat. Not in the chat, in the comments. So, okay. There's this, and then obviously, oh nope, sorry, fat fingered that one. I am doing a SweetSpotDFS.com giveaway. So whenever this channel reaches 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to give away $1,000 worth of giveaways. And if you want an entry into this, all you got to do is be signed up on SweetSpotDFS.com. So create an account. It's free. Doesn't ask you for your credit card information, nothing. All you got to do is go create an account. I'd appreciate if you did. There's a lot of tools that I'll be showcasing throughout this video that are behind a paywall. And the only way for you to get access to them is to either be a weekly, a monthly, a yearly, or a lifetime member. So, and also I will be giving away 2 $100 cash giveaways. So if you go sign up, you just automatically get in the running, and it's only going to be 1 entry per person. It's not one of those you can get multiple entries. You just got to sign up on SweetSpotDFS.com, create an account, and everyone that's in there, I am going to, whoever's active, I should say. If you've canceled your account, you won't be, you just need your access to be free. So as long as you didn't deactivate your account for whatever reason, you will be in this entry or in this giveaway. So that's all that I have for you. So the first thing I want to talk about is a review of the Masters. Let's talk about the Masters. Let's get it out of the way. Not that I really want to hurry to get it out of the way, but I just want to show you guys how well the Masters worked for the SweetSpot DFS process or the SweetSpot process. I follow the buckets. I call, you know, if you've been to this channel before, you know what the bucket system is. You know that I talk about what the buckets are, and if you have no idea what they are, I would encourage you to go to SweetSpotDFS.com, check out the article that I created for the bucket system. It explains what it is. If not, if you want to watch a video of it, you can find a link for that video in the description down below. I talk about what the bucket system is there. But basically, I create 36 buckets. There are 6 stat categories that have 6 buckets in them, in each one of them. And then I have projections. So I put golfers into these buckets. And obviously, you have the whole field in these 6 stat categories. So just for instance, or just for example, I have a last year stat column, which is, or a last year stat. What am I trying to say? I have a last year bucket and all of it, or a last year stat bucket. And what all it is I have 6 of them, and it all depends on how they finished the year before. Now, I've been analyzing these stats for the last 6 years, but my data goes back to 2013. And throughout all my analysis, you tend to find the same amount of golfers in each of these buckets finishing inside the top 10. So for this last year 1 bucket, I've got 20 golfers in it. I projected 2 to 4 golfers to finish inside the top 10 because that's what we normally see. And based off of how many golfers are in that bucket this year, which you can see in this column, the strength of field points that come towards it, and the success rate that you see, I can create these projections. Now, what you see over here are this year's totals. There were actually 5 golfers that finished inside the top 10. And that's fine. You know, a lot of times what'll end up happening is you'll have golfers, because this is a PGA DFS stream, this is a PGA DFS video, we're talking about creating lineups, 6 golfers to put in your lineup. Sometimes you can't put, you know, like the 5 golfers you see that are inside the top 10. Let's just go look. I'm curious too. I haven't even looked to see who these golfers are. So I'll do this. You can see what their last year finish is right here. And all that I'm going to get at here is there are going to be some golfers that are too expensive to put in our lineups. And I mean, we already see it. It's already pretty noticeable. So Xander Schauffele finished 8th in the 2024 Masters. Ludwig finished 2nd. Bryson finished 6th. Scotty won last year's, not just this. Well, yeah, last year's. You know what I mean. You know what I'm talking about. And then Patrick Reed finished 12th. There's your 5 golfers. If we look at their price tags, this is what I was getting at. You have a $12,400 Scotty Scheffler, a $10,800 Ludwig Oberg, a $9,700 Xander, a $9,900 DeChambeau, and a $7,300 Patrick Reed. You cannot put all of those golfers in a lineup and take down a GPP. In fact, the only golfers that made the optimal lineup were DeChambeau and Patrick Reed. So when I go back to my little summary here, you can see only 2 golfers were in the optimal lineup. So really, it's looking at this number and comparing it to the projections that I have. There are 2 golfers that were in the optimal lineup. And now let's be real, you probably can only put 3 of those golfers in your lineup. Or maybe, yeah, you can only put 3. A combination of 3. Because you can't put 2 10s and a 9. You really can't put a 10 and 2 9s and then Patrick Reed. You could do a version of 3 of them, though. You could probably do like a Ludwig, a Xander, and a Patrick Reed. Or not Xander. You want a Ludwig, Bryson, and then a Patrick Reed. So you could do like 3 at most. And so therefore, even then, that still fits in the projection. So therefore, this bucket is a success. Because again, I am analyzing every single year. I'm looking at this year's field. So not only am I using lead-in stats to figure out what are the successes for this event in previous years, but I'm also using this year's stats to compare against each other and give you proper projections. I mean, I literally love this process. I follow it 100%, 100%. So when we look at all the buckets that you see here, you see a lot of Ys, and it's looking at top 10s. And then if this number doesn't fit inside the projection, then we look at our optimal lineups. And then if that number fits in, that becomes a success. you're going to see 3 no's on the screen, 3 ends. And that's fine. Part of my calculation doesn't include the rules that go into this. I have no idea why recent form 2 shows as a failure. I'd have to look at my formula that creates a no here. And by the way, if you are dubious or you just don't think that my numbers are correct, pause the video, take a screenshot, look at this section and compare it to the min maxes. I know this is, it's 100% accurate, but it's like, I don't know why my formula didn't pick this up, because the projection here is 1 to 4. We always round down with the minimum projection. We always round up with the max projection, and you want a 2-point buffer between the two. So that becomes 1 to 4. You want at least a 2-point buffer. So that's a 1 to 4 projection. Well, 1 finished in the optimal lineup, so that means that should automatically be a yes, and it should be. I don't know why it isn't. I'd have to look at my formula. The next one, recent form 6s. Remember I said you always want a 2-point, at least a 2-point buffer between the two. Well, this is a 0, and the rules are you round down with the min, you round up with the maximum. Well, that'd be a 0 to 1, but the rules are you want a 2-point buffer. I'm not at all going to put that in my formula to try to figure out if it was a success. I can just show you guys it is a success, because if I were to write this into a formula, it'd be several lines deep, and I just don't care to do that. It's not worth my time to try to figure out the formula to figure out to make this a yes when the criteria shows up. So there you go. These 2 buckets were successful, and I explained why they're successful. Again, screenshot this if you just don't trust me. I have no problem with it. I'm a visual learner. I need to see things to believe them. So I get it. The only bucket that failed is the strokes gained 3 bucket, which is fine. The SweetSpot optimal, which is this other lineup that I have right here, that will always follow the buckets. And it always comes down to comparing the SweetSpot optimal to whatever that GPP winning lineup is. So for this year, it's the Millimaker, which I don't think I updated on my spreadsheet to say Millimaker, but it is against the Millimaker lineup. So there's only one other piece to review. And again, I'm going over the SweetSpot process. I'm not going over the tournament, because really this is a strategy video. I don't need to hark on all the things everybody else is talking about with the Masters. Rory won. It's fantastic. It was wonderful. One of the best Masters of all time. Like it was fantastic. But the only other piece to talk about with the SweetSpot process before we get into this video for the RBC Heritage are the Marquee Tee Times. So if you're unaware of what the Marquee Tee Times are, it's basically the top 9 groups in the field that are playing together, and they went out in threesomes. So I'll just highlight every 3 golfers. These are all the groups that were in the Masters this year, the top 9 groups, that is. And what I have for a rule, if you're following the SweetSpot process, is you want to select 2 to 4 golfers, 2 to 4. And you want to put them in your lineup, and you do not want to pair up golfers that are playing together. So basically you want to find 2 to 4 groups and only select 1 golfer from each of them. So what you see in the first group is you have Rory, Ludwig, and Akshay Bhatia. Now, the green color here indicates it's a SweetSpot optimal. The blue color here indicates that it's part of the GPP winning lineup, and the little black tick mark that's up here, that means it's in the optimal lineup. That means that golfer's in the optimal lineup. So what do you see here? I highlighted all 9 groups, every 3rd golfer. Not only do you see, okay, so Rory's in the optimal, Sungjae's in the optimal, Bryson's in the optimal, and then Patrick Reed down here is in the optimal. That's 4 golfers. And what's the most common thing you see amongst them? They didn't play together. This happens 95% of the time in all tournaments. And if you're asking me, well, how do you quantify that? You don't. And I don't care to be quite frank with you. A lot of times what will happen is someone will get so far ahead that the other 2 golfers will probably try to chase, and that will either enhance their play or it will hurt their play. If you've ever played competitive golf with them, which I know most of the DFS nerds out there have not, you know what drafting is called. You also know if you're in a group of golfers that you might not like and they're playing better than you. That kind of feels a little aggravating, and you might not play as well as you once like you wanted to, or you might play better. I don't know how to quantify that. I just know analyzing the last 6 years, this type of stuff. No, I shouldn't say last 6 years. The last 4 years goes back to 2021 when Phil won the PGA Championship. I think he won the 2021. It could be 2022. I think it's 2021. I've just seen it almost every single week, and everybody here in chat who follows this channel, who watches me do this, I don't flub this stuff. I don't make this stuff up. I review this every single week, so everybody here in chat can validate that with me. I just don't lie about it. So there's Rory. Then we have Sung Jae. In the third group, he played with Brooks and Russell Henley. They both missed the cut. Now in Rory's group, Ludwig finished 7th. That was pretty good, but because his price tag is so high, you wouldn't want to put him and Rory together. Most likely, I mean, the best that you might have been able to perform in the Millie Maker would have been like 20th place, which is still a good chunk of money, don't get me wrong. But it's not winning the tournament. It's not hitting the optimal lineup. In group 4, it was DeChambeau, Hideki, and Shane Lowry. Hideki made a huge run Sunday, not in DeChambeau's group. That's an important thing to mention, because Thursday, Friday, I think he made the cut comfortably. Let's see. Yeah, he made the cut, no problem. But he had a very bad Saturday. So yeah, I guess the Thursday, Friday thing doesn't really matter. Either way, DeChambeau's the only golfer in that group to finish inside the top 10, and also to be in the optimal lineup. And then you go down to the next group, Jon Rahm, believe it or not. This is what I love. A lot of times what I'll end up doing for these thumbnails of these videos, if you didn't already pay attention to it, are usually my 2 favorite golfers of the event. And if you go back to last week and you look at the Masters, not only the members only video, but the strategy video that I did Tuesday night, it was of Rory McIlroy and Jon Rahm. That was on purpose because they were 2 of my favorite golfers for that week. I wasn't anti-Scotty, but I just knew Scotty didn't have enough. I just knew it. I did play him, don't get me wrong. I built 200 some lineups. So I put him in like 30 of my lineups, Scotty Scheffler. That's good enough to probably win back my money and some if he were to win the event. But most of my lineups had Rory or Jon Rahm. Unfortunately, I only had 2 lineups that had both of them in it. One of them did really well. I can't remember which one, but I only won like $80 from that lineup. I don't remember who was all in it, but the other one had like 2 guys that missed the cut. So that's how DFS works. You have to get the other golfers right also. You can't just get the first 2 golfers correct. You got to get all of them correct in order to take down the optimal lineup. So anyways, Jon Rahm in the Sweet Spot Optimal. The next group was Victor Hovland, Xander, and Adam Scott. Believe it or not, Victor Hovland, who finished 21st place, scored 2 more points than Xander Schauffele, who finished 8th place. Victor Hovland was in the Millie Maker lineup. And then we go down here to Patrick Reed. Patrick Reed was in all 3 lineups. He was in the Optimal, he was in the GPP winning, and he was also in the Sweet Spot Optimal. So when you look at it, there are 4 blue colors on there. That means 4 golfers from the Marquee Tee Times were in the Millie Maker winning lineup. There are 4 green colors that you see under the salaries. That indicates it's part of the Sweet Spot Optimal. So there are 4 there, and then you see 4 black tick marks. That means 4 optimal lineup golfers were in the Marquee Tee Times. So now all we got to do is like compare the Millie Maker lineup to the Sweet Spot Optimal. The Millie Maker, hey, you want to leave money? Hey, you want to leave money on the table? You want to leave, if you want to win $1 million, you want to leave money on the table? You want to leave money on the table? You know, in an event where it's a limited field, you want to leave money on the table. You want to leave money on the table. No, you don't. It's so, dude, I'm going to throw this out there right now. And I know this is like, I'm getting, you know, as Wheels Up would say, passionate about this. I'm like the only person that I know who analyzes every single week. Not only that, but I have a website where you can go look at what previous optimal lineups, GPP winning lineups, and Sweet Spot Optimal lineups are. how frequently do you not leave money on the table or leave very little money on the table? Like the optimal lineup left $800 on the table, but it was possible to get there. Unlikely, but it was possible to get there. You would have had to have gone from, I mean, if you started your lineups with Rory McIlroy and DeChambeau, I suppose it actually is somewhat easy to get there. Obviously, the SweetSpot optimal, that was not the optimal, so I would never have gotten there because I follow the SweetSpot process 100%. And if the SweetSpot optimal was the optimal, you would see it on the screen, and it wasn't. But your Millie Maker lineup used up 50,000 of the salary, scored 579.5 points. The SweetSpot optimal used up $49,700 of the salary, and it scored 583.5 points. So it scored 4 more points than the Millie Maker lineup, which I need to update this to Millie Maker lineup. Millie Maker winning lineup. The optimal lineup scored 600.5. So the SweetSpot optimal was 17 points behind that. And the Millie was, what, 21 points? Yeah, 21 points behind it. Sorry. Yeah, that's the right math. Right math. Okay. So yeah, SweetSpot process was 100% correct, or not correct, 100% successful. And all that successful means in these types of contests are, can you take down the GPP following the rules that are in place? If so, it's a success, and therefore we have a success. So that is the end of the review for the Masters. I'm going to check out chat just to see if I missed anything. AJ goes, I also think there should be no cut at the Masters. By Saturday morning, guys were already at +4 or worse, so why cut the other guys at +2? Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's historically always had a cut, so, you know, golf is a huge sport on history, and something like the Masters is never going to change. So it's always going to have a cut, unfortunately. The only way it won't have a cut, it's still going to have the top 50 in ties. But we might just have the same 2 golfers win it for the next 10 years. And then that'll trim out a lot of golfers from showing up at the Masters. There might be only 60 golfers or 52 golfers that show, because it's top 50 in the world. Plus, you know, past Masters champions. So maybe we won't get that many going forward. What's Brian Campbell's ownership looking like this week? MD says, I could not tell you that. I do not forecast projected ownership. I have no idea. AJ Love Music goes, my narrative against Rory body language cost me, but it almost cost him as well. That's true. AJ Love, rant. Yeah, it was sort of a rant, not quite. All right, let's get into the next segment, which is the course. We're going to get into the RBC Heritage, and we're going to start with the course and tournament information. If you didn't already know, I have a tool on SweetSpotDFS.com that allows you to take a look at all the stats that you could see at the tournament fact sheets. And if you're not even aware of that, I used to talk about the tournament fact sheets, and you can still find those right here on the quick links on the website. If you go and click on, or if you drill on that, which I will, it brings you up to this page, and you can take a look at the RBC Heritage. But basically everything that you have right here, you can see on the website. So I show you what the actual base layer of grass is. But if you see a little Y next to the overseed grass, that means it's overseeded. And this is the grass you should really pay attention to. So the greens are Poa trivialis, everything else is ryegrass. So it's just like all the events leading into the Masters that had overseed on them. I will say this. If you didn't already know, there's a cheat sheet available for you guys if you want to go follow along while I go throughout this video. All you got to do is go in under fantasy tools, click on cheat sheet. It'll bring you to this page here. I'd recommend just scrolling down until you hit this cheat sheet here, and you can either look in the box that's provided for you, or you can click on this and it brings up the actual cheat sheet that I will be showing you throughout this video. Here's one thing I need to point out. I am only using Pete Dye stats. These are average finishing position stats from 2013 in column AA, AB, and AC. And then last year is just going all the way back to last year's RBC Heritage. So I'm not using the POA grass for the greens. I'd recommend you to if you wanted to. And I'll also make this declaration. I've been working behind the scenes updating the website. Unfortunately, what I don't have, if I were to go to a different, let me go to this. I'm gonna go to this page right here, which is a summary. It's a really good round by round. It shows you position after, like what the golfer's position after is, and then you can determine a lot of different things on this page. I'll go over it some other time. But if you were to click the more filters, you see how there's no filters in there? That's gonna change after this weekend. This weekend, I will put all the grass stats, all the grass stat filters you can. I will put as many things as I can, because basically what I tell you every single year or every single week is, hey, use the yardage as one of your filters. Use the architect, Pete Dye. Use that for one of your filters on your data researching. Use the grass stats. I will also include turf grass length. For whatever reason, if you want to use it, you certainly can. You can see which golfers are doing the best. And I will provide tools. Actually, I'm going to provide more tools as the year goes on, but for the tools you currently have, you will have these filters that you can use. If it matters to you, I don't think it will always matter to you, and I do not have a model that you can build currently on my website. Eventually you will. But you will be able to do as many things as you want. I mean, I have a strokes gain page on here that lets you look at strokes gain stats, and you can use this field to be exact. So like here also, there are no filters under the more filters, but there will be. And then say if you were to put in grass stats, just like when I go in here and I select the date and just say, actually, we can just type in the date. Let's just go 2025. So when we do that, everything updates. And you can see which golfers in this field, because that's what the box that you see that I'm highlighting over, that's this week's field at the RBC Heritage. You can see which golfers are better than others, and you can sort by any of these fields to see who's the best and who's the worst. Max Homa at the bottom. Of course he is. Nick Dunlap, tee to green. So again, you'll be able to put these filters on there after this weekend. It is going to be I'm going to work very hard on getting all of that available to you guys. I'll also put strength of field in there as well, because those are all things that I would personally use for putting filters on my data. Absolutely. But since I don't have them, basically what I can tell you right now is, well, your average green size, 3,700 square feet. There are 54 bunkers on the hole, on the course, and there are 18 holes that have water on play. Technically, you're not going to have water in play on these on this golf course, because they're just like little creeks that are running around the golf course. You can disregard that. I don't think there are some holes. Don't get me wrong. Hole 18 being one of them. Hole 17 being another one, actually. But outside of that, I mean, golfers would have to hit it way offline in order to hit some of this water. So not too worried about that, but you could use all of this for your data researching, to be honest with you. And I also I map out the golf course, and I show you what shot shapes matter on each of the holes. Now, when I say what shot shape matters, it really just means what shot shape is beneficial on each of these holes. It just provides the best scoring opportunity, and that's all that the shot shapes are meant to do, is just to show you what shot shapes give you the best scoring opportunity. Doesn't mean it's impossible to get a birdie if it says, you know, if your golfer hits a draw on hole 2 into the green, doesn't mean a birdie is impossible. Hole number 2 is a pretty easy golf course, or a pretty easy hole on this golf course that a lot of people do birdie who don't hit the green into. But because there's a lot of trees on the right side that you have to hit around, hitting a fade just naturally is perfect. But of course, you could overfade it and hit right into the trees, and then you're screwed. So Again, it's just the best scoring opportunity for the shot shapes. And really not one shot shape matters more than another. You can see that over here in the summary box I have for off the tee shot shapes and approach shot shapes. 1 draw, 2 fades, that's all that I count as the shot shapes that matter. And if you didn't know, I do provide shot shapes on the cheat sheet for most of the golfers. Not everyone, but most of the golfers. So you can see which golfer you might like, you know, to anchor your lineups around versus another. But that is the golf course by summary, I guess. I don't have the tournament information to show you on here, and I don't know if I ever will. But if I were to go to the RBC Heritage and take a look, our strength of field is 712. Now, if we compare that to last year, when it was a signature event, it was 708. So it's pretty much on the same number. And the year before was actually 707. Was that a signature event back in 2023? I can't remember off the top of my head. But it's a pretty strong strength of field every single year. It was 456 back in 2022 when we had 140 or 132 golfers. 2023, we actually had 144 golfers. So this was a rare instance where the strength of field was really high and it wasn't a signature event. So 2024 it was 708. 2023 was not. It was 707 though, and then this year it's 712. So very similar. So obviously looking at the last 3 years, I think you can do just fine. Last year and this year are the same because it's a signature event. There are only 72 golfers in the field. There's no cut at this event. This is not a player hosted signature event like the Genesis is Tiger's event. Arnold Palmer is obviously Arnold Palmer's event. And then the Memorial is Jack Nicklaus's event. Those are the only 3 signature events that have a cut. So this year, this tournament does not have a cut. Your golfers will play 4 rounds. And I think right then and there, all that matters is you want scoring, you want scorers. You want golfers who can score many birdies or that are pretty aggressive. One way you can do this, by the way, is to go to SweetSpotDFS.com, use the round by round stats, select whatever golfer that you want to look at. Like personally, in my opinion, I think Victor Hovland is a wonderful play this week, and you can use whatever stats you want to look at. But if you wanted to compare golfers, that's what I would just do. Is I'd go between Victor Hovland, who averages almost 4.5 birdies a round. I mean, he averages about 4 birdies every single round, whether that's round 1, 2, 3, or 4. And he's got some eagles. But if you wanted to take a look at his RBC Heritage record, just go ahead, put RBC into the select tournament. Go here and we have 2 events where not really good finishes. And not the greatest of birdies. Round 1, 6.5. Round 2, 4. He averages 6.5 birdies. If you want to look at totals, you could certainly do that and take a look at how many birdies for each of these rounds. So you can do this. Go in here. Unfortunately, I don't have you can select any golfer. It's not just this field's or the golfers in this field. It's just golfers of all time. So you're going to have to, go in here and just basically type in each golfer that you want to take a look at, like Scottie Scheffler. Take a look at Scottie Scheffler. He's played this event twice. He won last year. And all but Sunday, all but round 4, he averages about 5 birdies a round. 6 birdies in round 2 and 3. This is one of the rare instances where Scottie Scheffler actually has a decent Saturday round, a decent round 3. If you didn't know, if I were to remove this filter here, Scottie Scheffler's round 3 averages, not super great. Although it still shows pretty standard, pretty good. Anyways, that's a tool you can use at SweetSpotDFS.com, and it goes hand in hand with talking about basically what type of golfer you want to target this week. I think it's birdie scores. You're gonna have to use a little bit of historical data to go with a little bit of recent form data, just to you know, marry the two and you know, cross reference the two and try to figure out the perfect golfers to put in your lineup. I shouldn't say perfect golfers. Find 2 good golfers to anchor your lineups around, and then just use the optimizer to build the rest. I think that's the best way to do it. So I don't think there's anything else I need to talk about. The course and tournament information. That's about it. The model is God, new guy. Don't pee in the creek. That's right. Don't do. I can't believe that happened. Like, you know, Americans get a bad rap or rep whenever you go overseas, or, you know, if you ever talk to like foreigners about kind of like, I don't know. I've heard many Europeans or just foreigners talk about how rude they think Americans are, or how impolite or whatever, and then you got a guy from Spain that comes over and pees in a creek. Just interesting, man. Interesting stuff. Pretty funny. Probably something that most American golfers can relate to, because I bet you most of us do that. What's going on, BG Lil Neck? Nice to see you in the chat. All right, let's get to the next segment, which I think is most of our favorites. It's the pass optimal and GPP winning lineups. And of course, I will be using the tools at SweetSpotDFS.com, the historic salary builds, as well as the pass optimals. You can find those under the fantasy tools drop down. They're right here, past salary builds plus past optimals. And what I like to do with this is just take a look at what has worked at the RBC Heritage. Now, it is worth noting that the last 2 years, this year and last year, were signature events, meaning there were limited fields. There were only 70 some golfers in the field. Whereas if you go back further than that, you're gonna get somewhere between 132 golfers to 144, just dependent on the year or the time of year when the RBC Heritage is played. So lineup builds are gonna be slightly different. And I think what I'm gonna have to do is add a filter in here to put in number of golfers in the field or something to that effect. Field size. I would have to put field size in there just to limit it down even more, so we can get a better look as to how lineups work out. Now, one of the lifetime members at SweetSpotDFS.com, and this is one of the wonderful perks of being a lifetime member. You get to provide input to me as to what you would like to put on the website. So he had mentioned to me, hey, I'd like to know, you know, whenever we have a field that has like a $13,000 golfer in it, I'd kind of like to know, if that golfer wins, what type of lineups, like what is the salary structure for those types of lineups? And I was like, that is a wonderful ask. Like, I thought it was fantastic. So basically, when it comes to more filters, at least I have 3 filters in here. This week, if we go to the RBC Heritage, I can use a couple different pages here. We have Scotty Scheffler, that's 13,100. And then it drops down to Ludwig Oberg at 11,000. So there's a $2,100 gap there. But if Scotty wins the tournament and none of these golfers finish inside the top 5, which is unlikely, but if that were the case, Scotty would be the clear winner. Like, that's who you want to play. So if we go back to this tool and I go ahead and put in max salary $13,000, that means for all the lineups that have had a $13,000 golfer in them, and I'm going to clear out the tournament. It did have the RBC Heritage in there, and just to show you, there were only 2 events. I cleared it out too quick. There are only 2 events, or 2 lineups, I should say. By the way, there's 3 lineups that I record every single year, or every single week for each event. It's your GPP winning lineup, your optimal lineup, and your sweet spot optimal. I record all of those. And basically what I'll put in the max salary is what was the most expensive golfer in that lineup, and then what was the least expensive golfer in that lineup, and then it will spit out, you know, what the lineups are. It'll give us all this information, and it'll also give us the salary build template, basically. So last year, your GPP winning lineup, we can use this down here, was a 10K golfer with an 8K golfer. So you completely skip all the other 10K golfers and you skip all the other 9K golfers. And then you go into only one 8K golfer, 3 7s and a 6. Or the optimal lineup, which used $49,600 of the salary, went 10-9, 2 7s, and 2 6s. So that's only 2 instances that we can look at. We have to get rid of the RBC Heritage out of here. We can just use the little eraser button right there. And you can see all the different lineups up here that you can choose. GPP winner, optimal, sweet spot optimal. You can actually keep those unchecked and it takes into account all lineups. So here you go. Here's what we see. There are only 12 total lineups that had a $13,000 golfer in them. And we can look at all of those events here. Some of them had the Tour Championship in it. And I think that's where we just go, no, let's put a filter in here. Actually, let's go to tournaments. And this is the one way to get around that. You just go select all and then just put in Tour and deselect Tour Championship. And now we only have 8 lineups to look at. And of those 8 lineups, 3 of them were from last year's Charles Schwab. 2 of them were from last year's RBC Heritage. 2 of them were from last year's Houston Open. And then 1 from 2017. All that this shows you is if Scottie Scheffler wins, these are the lineups you want to look at because that was 2024. Was Scottie in the Charles Schwab Challenge? I don't remember him being there. I don't know why the Wells Fargo's in there. Charles Schwab. Take a look at 2024 and let's take a look at, well, the GPP winning lineup. Yeah, Scottie was in it and he finished 2nd. So just so you, that actually just goes to prove, even if Scottie doesn't win the tournament, he can still be in the GPP winning lineup. Is he in the optimal? Yeah, he's still in the optimal lineup. And he's in the optimal with Colin Morikawa. One big caveat though, 3 5K golfers. That is very important to mention, 5K golfers. So when we go back to the historic salary builds, I'd go ahead and go into more filters and then you see the min salary here. Move that to 6,000. I don't want to see lineups that have 5K golfers in them. Now it comes down to 3, only 3 instances out of 9 or 3 lineups out of 900, almost 1,000 lineups that I've recorded. Only 3 of them start with a 13K golfer and use a 6K golfer as the min salary. And 2 of them were at the RBC Heritage last year. And then 2020 or 2017 Wells Fargo. That's probably why I had Wells Fargo already in here. So basically all I'm trying to get at when we look at this is if you don't think Scottie Scheffler is going to win this event, if you don't think he's going to win this event, obviously don't play Scottie Scheffler. If you think he might get 2nd, you can make the argument because we just saw a lineup. I mean, there's one on the screen right now, the Charles Schwab Challenge from 2024. But that was including Scottie. He still scored a lot of points, 104 points. But that included 3 5K golfers, which we don't have that luxury this year. And those 5K golfers, by the way, one of them won the tournament. It's very unlikely. Very unlikely a 6K golfer is going to come in and win this event. Especially when I don't even know what the strength of field was for the 2024 Charles Schwab Challenge. So it's probably nothing like this week's RBC Heritage. So it's a very difficult lineup and tournament to even compare to this one. Personally, I think I'm feeling the same way about Scottie as I did last week. I don't know if I can get there. I really don't know. If I'm building 100 lineups, I'm probably putting Scottie in maybe somewhere between 15 to 20, just because of FOMO, because he's just that good that he can show up whenever. But I'm not too, I don't have much, what the word, what's the word I'm looking for? Trust isn't the word. Confidence. I really don't have that much confidence in him. So, so then we can look at different lineups. So we can go into more filters and now we can actually change this to 10,000 to, let's go 11.5. I mean, I know Ludwig is at 11,000, but let's just do 11.5. and we can keep this at 6. And now we can see all the different types of 10K golfers that, I should say 10K golfers, all of the different lineups where the max salary doesn't exceed 11,500 in the lineups. It doesn't mean that there has to be a 10K golfer, but when we take a look at this, there are 629. Actually, no. I do have filters in here, right? Yeah, 10. Okay, I'm looking at all the $10,000 golfers. So here, I'll do this really quick. Let's move this down to 7,500. Count how many lineups. There's 854 total lineups that I have recorded between GPP Winner, Optimal, and SweetSpot Optimal. 854 that don't exceed 11,500 as the max salary in the lineup. So 854. Let's go ahead and put that filter on that we had originally. Let's get to that's basically 10,000. 629 out of 854. That's a large majority of lineups that start with a 10K golfer. So for those that are wondering, do we play a 10K golfer or no? I would say yes, because the odds are in your favor. I can go ahead and change this though, or change the filter to go back down to the low price salary, and still take a look at the most common salary builds. That's what this page is intended to do. The most common salary build is the exact build that I always tell you guys to start your lineups with, or start building your lineups with. 10K, 9K, 8K, 2 7s, and a 6, or just quite simply 10, 9, 8, 7, 7, 6, followed by 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 6, followed by 10, 8, 8, 7, 7, 6, followed by 10, 9, 3 7s, and a 6, followed by 10, 9, 8, 3 7s, followed by 10, 9, 4 7s. It's pretty common. You see a lot of the same lineup builds. And if you wanted to dip your toes into the 9K range and skip the 10K altogether, 9, 9, 8, 8, 7, 6. You kind of just get that last little 7, 6 in a lot of these lineups. And I think this week you're gonna want to dip your toes in the 6K range. But yeah, the large majority start with the 10K golfer. I mean, if we just count from here up, you've got, basically 15% plus 6, 21, plus 6, 27, plus 5, 32, plus 4, 36, plus 4, 40, basically 40% of your lineups, or 40% of lineups that I have recorded between GPP Optimal and SweetSpot Optimal start with a 10K golfer. Most of them actually go 10-9. One of them just goes 10-8, and that's 5% of that. So, I mean, you go with whatever you want to do. I think you start with a 10K golfer this week, because if you take a look at the 10K range, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 golfers, and I would say Holland fits this golf course really well, Xander fits this golf course really well, Justin Thomas fits this golf course really well, and Patrick Cantlay has played this tournament so well over the years. I mean, if I choose Patrick Cantlay and we take a look, not just at 2025, but if I already put in the RBC Heritage and take a look at his results, third, second, cut, third, 7, third. Patrick Cantlay likes this golf course. And even last year, I think when he was heading into this event, he wasn't playing that great of golf, and he still finished third in a signature field event with Scotty Scheffler. So the 10K range is too rich. It's too rich. I think it would be very foolish of you to not pick a golfer from the 10K range to build your lineups with. And quite frankly, okay, if we use that same tool I was just looking at and we go to past salary builds, let's do this. So there's no filter on max salary there at all. There is on min salary, and we're going to keep it that way. Again, keep track, 854 lineups, 854. If I go ahead and put more filters on here and say we want to leave at least say $500 on the table for all those people that want to leave money on the table. Remember, 854 was the total number. If I go ahead and hit this and put those filters on, 274 out of the 854 leave more than $500 on the table. That's not a majority. That's the minority. If you're going to build lineups that way, just know your success rate is far less than if you were to leave no more than 500 on the table. So you want to leave like $400 or less. And quite frankly, I think most of those are the optimal lineup. 211 are the optimal lineup. And I mean, if we were to sort this by salary used, look at all these ones. You're never going to build these lineups. $41,400 salary used. I mean, you're leaving $8,600 on the table. If I actually do it the opposite way, yeah, we got a few 49 5s, 49 4s, 49 3s, 49 2s, 49 1s. But like, if the majority were 49 5, I'd be fine with that. But then you kind of dip your toes down here past $800 left on the table, 900, 1,000, 1,200, 1,500, 17. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Don't leave money on the table. Just don't do it. Why? Leave no more, or leave, yeah, no more than $500 on the table. Just don't do it. The large majority of all of these lineups that are not the optimal lineup, don't leave that much money on the table. And last week, obviously, your Masters Millie Maker lineup left $0 on the table. Zero. It's just stupid. I think it's ridiculously stupid to leave a ton of money on the table. I think no one has done it yet. I will eventually. Has ever given you the odds of actually hitting an optimal lineup by leaving a lot of money on the table. It's ridiculously hard, because I've said this before, I'll say it again. When you leave a lot of money on the table, you actually open up more lineups that you can build. So the fraction, like the odds of you actually hitting an optimal lineup when you leave a lot of money on the table grows. It gets larger, not shorter. It gets larger to hit the optimal lineup when you leave more money on the table. Because when you don't leave a lot of money on the table, you're actually restricted to building certain lineups or certain type of builds that actually lower the amount of combinations that you can actually build in lineups, which lower your chances, or I should say lower. It lowers the odds in your favor to hit the optimal lineup when the optimal lineup is, you know, not leaving a lot of money on the table. So yeah, that's my spiel right there. I'm gonna leave 8K on the table this week. All right, Phil, you like burning your money, huh? Okay, so that's kind of my spiel. Again, this is available to you guys, SweetSpotDFS.com. I love the tool. I look at this tool every week. Usually I have to go in the office on Wednesdays, and I can take a look at this. I can look at my own website while I'm in the office, and I just play around with all the filters, and I try to figure out what the best lineup builds are. And again, the last 4 weeks have been very fruitful for me. I've made quite a bit of money the last 4 weeks. And again, it starts here. It starts here. And thanks to, I think it's Michael, right? I'm pretty sure it's Michael, who is a lifetime member. He's the one that mentioned to me wanting to see if I were to build lineups with Scotty, how would I go about finding lineups that use a 13K golfer? And then once I did that, you can find all of the lineups that a 13K golfer is a part of and find out the most used lineup build, or the most common lineup build. And that just gives you a template on how to build your lineups. It's wonderful. I love it. Okay. That's all I have for Pass Optimal and GPP winning lineups. What's going on, JK Lawrence? Nice to see you in the chat once again. I already mentioned Phil lighting his money on fire, so I'll leave it at that. No giveaway this week. Oh, I forgot to do a giveaway, didn't I? No, I have the giveaway stuff up. I do have the giveaway stuff up. I totally forgot. I'll be 4K on drafting soon. You'll be leaving 4K, I'm guessing. Only one in history. Good luck, man. Boy, was that some Masters, says Phil Smart. Yes, it's awesome, dude. It was so good. Let's see here. Wheels Up says, do you think including the minimum price player while skipping Scheffler would make my strategy stand out enough? Is that like a strategy question? Oh, why am I, man? Okay, I forgot. Okay, whatever's showing up at the top should not be showing up at the top. do that. Let's do this. I gotta do this for all of them. I forgot about it. Okay. Yeah, so wheels up. Your question about will your strategy stand out enough? Is that, are you afraid of duping your lineup? Is that the reason you're asking that question? Cody Gamble says, what's going on? Need to find some winners. All right, you know what? I'm gonna do the giveaway right now before I forget. And while most of you guys are in the chat. So this is the $5 weekly giveaway. I'll definitely put this in the timestamps below. $5 weekly giveaway. You are gonna have to reach out to me if your name is called. Let me know where I can send your money. But we have 121 total entries because this included all of the Masters, not only roll calls, but also the first look, or all the videos I posted. And I appreciate all of you guys. I mean, geez, I had so many views on all my videos. It was wonderful. So one thing you guys, I mean, Nathan Johnson knows. Nathan Johnson knows what's up. There is a thing in the description. In order to get an additional entry, you just have to say one phrase when you come back to this video after it goes live and post it in the comment section, and you get an additional entry. It literally shows you in the description of this video how to get an additional entry. That he and Bada Bing were the only dudes that actually went in and did that. And Ryan Henson did. So this is an acronym right here. It's an acronym that these guys used. So anyways, here we go. Our $5 week, and by the way, this all goes into the monthly giveaway. It's all right here. All of the Masters giveaways right there. So our weekly giveaway winner is Joanne. Her entry was from the bucket system video. So she left a comment on the bucket system video and won $5. So congrats, Joanne. I think you're probably gonna want to bank I imagine you're gonna want to bank it. But let me know. Doesn't matter. There's Nathan Johnson. 12 entries into the giveaway. So, I mean, it just takes one. I'm just going through and just seeing what the randomizer is gonna give me. Okay. Good enough. All right, so with that being said, let's do our first roll call. We're here already. Let's just do this right now. Roll call. All I want you to put in the chat is SweetSpotDFS. Or, yeah, that's fine. Just put SweetSpotDFS in there. Joanne, yes, bank it. Joanne, are you keeping track, by the way? Is this your second win since we paid out with all the other merch that I sent to you? Or the sweatshirt and t-shirt? I know you, I think you have another win. This might be your second one. I'm not positive, but by the way, I am thinking about doing another, I'm thinking about getting a pullover that looks really sharp. It's going to be white. If anyone's interested in it, I can certainly put in more orders for it. But I was just basically going to do it for me and any of the friends that I have that want to look a little sharp. But it looks cool. And I'll show you what it looks like later on. Jamie Milne, what's going on, Jamie? Nice to see you back in the chat. I think I saw you last week. Ryan Henson. Ryan, I went to an impromptu concert on Sunday. I wasn't planning on it, but I ended up going to the Rise Against and Papa Roach concert. That was pretty cool. I had to listen to Rory win. I left my apartment after he gagged it on hole 18 and got bogey. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I left. I'm like, I'm not watching this. I'm not watching. I don't want to sit here any longer and watch Rory melt away. And then he won, which was fantastic. I am so glad. Andy Mira, nice to see you back in the chat. I'm glad all you guys are returning. This is awesome. Jay Roberts, nice to see you also. Tim Tulos. Tiptoe through the Tulos. Dave Dean, what's up, man? Joanne, okay, so you got $10, huh? That's pretty cool. Whenever you reach $25, I'll send you another t-shirt because I think you probably don't have all of them that I have. I have 3 different kinds and I think you got one of them. Scott Harris, I'm not sure if I've seen you in the chat before. Welcome. All right, I think I got everybody, right? Andy Mira, Roberts, Tim, Dave, Joanne, Scott here towards the end. Oh, Nuke One Live. Nice to see you also in the chat, Nuke. And Lombardi Lee, what's going on, Lombardi? All right, cool. Cool. We'll do another roll call in about an hour. An hour from here, if I can remember. Right before we build lineups, basically. We'll do it then. And anyone else that's coming into the chat that wants to put SweetSpotDFS in the chat, I'll add names there as well. But let's move on to... Normally we'd do what, the review? I guess we go straight into the bucket system. Lovely. Here we go. So we got to use the spreadsheet. This is not from the Masters, from the RBC Heritage. I desperately want to get the bucket system into the... I desperately want to get into the website, but it's just it's a bit challenging as to how I have everything else in the website. Eventually, man, once I have the bucket system in the website, I won't have to do spreadsheeting anymore. It will just, my life will be so much simpler. I'll have so many, I want to make like a Step Brothers joke. I'll have so much room for activities. Like I'll literally have so much time for activities. The bucket system piece is just always so time consuming. So I can't wait to get it into the website. It'll be nice. But anyways, we got to do this on the spreadsheet, and you guys can follow along using the cheat sheet. You can find the cheat sheet at SweetSpotDFS.com under cheat sheet. So I'll go to it. Go to Fantasy Tools. The Fantasy Tools drop down. The first option you have is the cheat sheet. And when you come to this page, just scroll down. Scroll past this. Just make sure you're off to the side. Scroll down and then find here, click here. That brings you to the cheat sheet. And you can follow along on here, showing you the buckets. Now, I did recap this in the review of the Masters earlier on in the video. I'm not going to go through, I'm not going to explain it. I explained it in the Masters part of it, so we're just going to go from here. We're going to make this segment a little bit faster than it typically is because normally I have to explain what it is. If you're following along with me, all I want you to do is put a filter on the bucket system, go to minimum projection, and we're going to go filter by condition, and we're going to go greater than or equal to 1. Now, when you do this basically shows you all of the anchor buckets. And all that means is you want to play at least one golfer from each of these buckets. And if you're following me on the cheat sheet and you've never seen this before, basically you have, I'll zoom in just a little bit so you guys can see it better. You have all of the buckets right here. Last year one. So if you go to the cheat sheet, the dream sheet, basically you find right here, these are all of the buckets: strokes gained, course history, recent form, last year, last week. And then we obviously have salaries right here. But your last year one bucket obviously indicates a golfer that has a 1 under their last year column. Put a filter on your spreadsheet and then just clear everything out and only select one. So then we're only looking at the last year one golfers. And these are all golfers who top 20 this event last year. You can see that in this column here under course fit last year. And you can see these are all the golfers that top 20'd last year. So going back to the bucket system, last year one, There are 23 golfers in that bucket. We normally see 18. So the projection here is 3 to 5, but really I'm going to knock this down to 2 to 5. You can actually make that 2 to 6. So if you got the, yeah, okay, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change it on my end already. I put this into the optimizer as 2 to 5, but I'm going to change it 2 to 6. For those that I sent it to already, update it to 2 to 6. I think that's probably going to be the best bet. I mean, you probably don't want to select 6 golfers from this bucket. You might not even be able to. So if we go back to, actually, I'm not going to talk about the buckets, right? I'm not going to talk about the golfers in last year 1 bucket. I just wanted to show you how this is going to work out moving forward. The one last piece that I'd want you guys to do is I don't consider these anchor buckets right here. The 9K salaries, the 8K salaries, they're not considered anchors to me because their maximum isn't greater than 2. So this column here, it is not greater than 2, and we always want a 2-point buffer when it comes to these bucket projections, and you always want to go down with the minimum first. So because we can't go further down from 0, it will be 0 as the minimum, and the max just becomes 2. So this would be a 0 to 2 bucket, despite it showing you want at least 1 golfer from those buckets. I've just done it long enough. I know those are the rules. If you stick by them, you're going to find a lot of success following those. So I'm going to actually remove those. I'm also going to remove the 7K because I also use a different projection that you can find on the cheat sheet. This is like a more conservative max projection. So anything that's close to 2, so 2.18, I'm probably going to remove. And in fact, I did that on the optimizer. So 2.18, I'm going to remove. 2.23, I'm also going to remove. All the salary buckets, I'm actually going to remove. So it's just those. So really, what I want to do is just go. Yeah, I'll go from here. Let's go filter by condition and go greater than or equal to 2.2. Then we get rid of all those buckets I said that I wasn't going to include. This works. So these truly are the anchor buckets, which is remarkable. I think we're going to talk about each one of these buckets, which normally we only talk about 4 buckets, really. I could put a filter on here and remove more golfer or more buckets to talk about, but here we have it. So for those that are never going to follow the buckets, basically this is what this tells us. We want 2 to 6 golfers who top 20 last year. We want 1 to 4 golfers who top 20 at the Masters. We also want 1 to 3 golfers who finished 20th to 40th at the Masters. We want 1 to 3 golfers who missed the cut at the Masters. We want 2 to 5 golfers that have pretty good course history here, somewhere in between that 20 to 40 range. We want 1 to 3 golfers who have that course history 3, which is that 40 to 60 average finishing position. Not a great number, I understand, but this is the beauty of the buckets. You want to find some of these worse golfers. Like they're just not as good as our marquee golfers, but you do want to fill your lineups in with these golfers because we're just going to find some of them inside the top 10. Just going to happen. Recent form 2s, golfers coming in with pretty good recent form. We want 2 to 5 golfers of those. We want 2 to 4 recent form 3s, which is kind of middling recent form. We're not talking about 10Ks. I forgot to remove them. And then strokes gain. Golfers with good strokes gain stats. Whether everything is positive, that's what strokes gain 1 bucket indicates. Or strokes gain 2 means positive off the tee, positive putting, and 1 negative stat between. Most of the time it's around the green, but it can also be negative in approach. So don't pigeonhole yourself. Don't be narrow-minded with who you select from there. But those are your 2 strokes gain buckets. So basically all we got to do is go to the cheat sheet and just filter out by a lot of these golfers. We have 6 10K golfers in this bucket. The last year 1 bucket, the very first bucket that I highlighted. So here's what I'll say. The projection's 2 to 6. Well, there are 6 10K golfers there. Each of those golfers could technically finish inside the top 10. Each one of them could. Which means at most you can only play 2 of them. At most you can play 2 of them. Because if you try to play 3, you're just not going to build a competitive enough lineup to do any good in any of your contests. So if that was the case, let's say all 6 of these golfers did finish inside the top 10, and then say we sprinkle in 2 of the golfers down here, you would be like, well, Eric, there are 8 golfers who finished inside the top 10. That blew out your projections. Yep, it sure did. But how many were playable is the true question. How many golfers from that bucket were playable if they all finish, if all those 10K golfers finished inside the top 10? Not all 6 of them. And I just told you 2 of them. So quite frankly, if what I just said could happen, the 6 10K golfers finish inside the top 10 plus Wyndham Clark and plus Tom Hoge, I picked random golfers, the bucket projections would actually be correct, because you could only play 4 at most from this bucket, and 4 fits inside the projection for the last year ones. So I'm not going to go golfer by golfer. I'll tell you this, I like every single one of the 10K golfers. I will be playing each one of them. I don't know how much, how frequently I will be, but I'm not shying away from them. I'm also not going to shy away from Russell Henley. I will shy away from Jason Day, because if you know me, you know I have some scar tissue with Jason Day. Doesn't mean I won't play him. It's just going to be less than 8%. It probably will be 6%, to be honest with you. And he seems like a good fit for this golf course. I'm not going there. I have no problem. Sepp Straka missed the cut last week. By the way, if you look at the buckets we just talked about, you do want to find 1 to 3 golfers who missed the cut last week. So if that's Sepp Straka, wonderful. You can put him in your lineup from this bucket. Should work out just fine. Do like Sung Jae a lot at this golf course, like a lot. I don't care that much for Wyndham, but I'm not going to shy away from playing them. Really, the only golfer I think I probably will shy away from is Austin Eckroat. Everybody else I think is absolutely fine, especially like a Finau at $7,100. Last week, I don't remember what stream it was, what video it was. It was a stream, I know that for sure. I don't know if it was the members only stream or if it was the Tuesday night stream, but I had said, which golfer from the Masters is going to be, we're going to look back on, you know, because we looked at all of the past Masters years, or past years at the Master. We looked at the top 10 leaderboard, and we saw all of these, like we saw Brooks Koepka back in 2021 or 2022, maybe 2023. I can't remember which one. He was $7,600. It's like, how is Brooks Koepka $7,600 at the whatever Masters tournament it was? How did that happen? I think it was because he went to live and you just didn't see him, and we saw poor finishes or something to that effect. It's like, how did that happen? And then he was in the optimal lineup. Well, last week I had said, which golfer is that going to be this year? And as I was scanning the 7K range and the 6K range, 2 golfers to me, like, I pointed out, because I was like, well, Sam Burns, if we were to look back and say, how was Sam Burns $7,400 at the Masters? I did feel that. But then there was Sung Jae at $7,300, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, you know what? I think it actually is Sung Jae over Sam Burns, because Sung Jae 2 years ago was a machine. Sung Jae 3 years ago was a machine. He's been a machine. He just kind of fell off the last year. Don't know what happened to him. But if we take skill sets and what they've done in the past, what they're capable of doing, to me, it was Sam Burns, and it was Sam Burns, and it was Sung Jae. I also really liked Patrick Reed, because obviously Patrick Reed plays the Masters well every single year. It's nuts, man. Guy's like built for the Masters. But I didn't think of Reed the same way that I felt of Brooks Koepka from like 2023. I felt like it was Sung Jae. Tony Finau at $7,100. I'm making this full circle now. Tony Finau at $7,100, and I don't even know if this really applies at the RBC Heritage, but that's an insane number. Never would I have ever thought that Tony Finau and Tom Hoge would share a same price tag. And actually, I'm going to say what I was just originally going to say. Never would I have thought Tony Finau would be this close to the 6K range. Ever. There he is at $7,100. He's got the firepower. And that doesn't mean distance. He does have the distance. I meant firepower, as in guy can score. His capabilities, like if we're talking about raw potential, of the golfers around him, he is far above, like he's far superior compared to those golfers. So $7,100 I think is a very cheap price tag to put him in your lineup, and it's a no cut event. So I don't know, do with that as you will. All right, I'm not gonna spend that much time on each of these buckets. I'm gonna actually leave you guys, let's just go through each one of them really quickly, but I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to actually do the research on this. 1 to 4 last week ones. So golfers who did well at the Masters last week. One to 4. There are 4 10K golfers. Could it be those 4 10K golfers because they're also in the last year 1 bucket? If so, you can only play 1 or 2 of them, and that's it. That'd be it. Let's actually take a look at some of these other guys. I said I'm not going to take long. I'm not. I really like Corey Connors this week. Jordo feels like, you know, this seems like a good golf course for him. I don't have an issue there. We already talked about Day and Sung Jae. Probably not going to go back to Justin Rose. I think most people probably share that sentiment. It's just, I'm a firm believer when you turn a certain age, longevity or just stamina runs out a bit faster. And he was right there. He went to the playoff with Rory. I'm not saying I won't play Justin in any of my lineups. He's just not going to be a staple. And I feel like at $8,000, you'd have to make him a staple in order for, you know, you to find the right lineup with Justin Rose in it. I don't want to get there. I just don't want to do it. Harris English, no issue playing him. I really like Tom Hoagie, $7,100. Yeah, sign me up. And then this guy right here. I saw some encouraging things from Max Homa. If you've been listening to me for a while, I've been telling you Max Homa's broken. I don't like Max Homa's golf swing. I still don't like Max Homa's golf swing. I did hear a stat that he gained 9 strokes on the green. Let's see if that's true. I can go here, strokes gain stats, go 2025, just clear that and just put in the Masters. And then find Max Homa down here at $6,400, or what was he? 67, sorry. And let's go by round. I have to put the information back in here, which is fine. Masters, 2025, and Maximilian. So what was it? Putting. Oh wow, it's not quite 9 strokes putting, but it is quite a bit. He averaged 1.329, so that means 5 strokes putting. And that's not raw strokes gain, that's adjusted strokes gain stats. Approach was good. None of this looks bad, to be quite honest with you. Everything's hovering around, I mean, yeah, everything's hovering around 0. That's okay. Bad off the tee in round 2. Whatever. Whatever gets the job done. If you've listened to me once, you've heard me talk about the best golfers in the world know how to get the ball in the hole the least amount of times possible. It doesn't matter what shot they're hitting. Doesn't matter if it's around the green. Doesn't matter if it's putting. Best golfers just know how to get the ball in the hole less than anyone else does. So that's okay. That's encouraging to see that from Max Homa. I'm still probably not getting there. I still think the guy's broken. And I think right now he's feeding off of confidence. The Masters is like the most magical place to play at. I'm not saying Harbor Town is a less magical place, but I can't get to Max Homa. Can't get to him. I don't want to. I'll play 4% at most of Max Homa and then just move on. I'm also a firm believer in playing lineups that make you happy, even when they do poorly. So if I had a lineup that had Max Homa in it and he finishes dead last, I will be so much more upset. Like I maybe 10 times more upset than if I play a lineup with Max Homa in it when he wins the event. Because, like, let's be real. Max Homa, I'm probably not going to, I mean, I'll try to build my best lineup with Max Homa in it, or my best lineups. But the likelihood of me getting the other 5 golfers correct with Max Homa is not high enough, I don't think, to where I think I'd actually, you know, win a GPP having Max Homa in my lineup. And therefore, say I get my money back, and then maybe I double my money because of one Max Homa lineup. That doesn't make me happier than how upset I would be if I had Max Homa in my lineup and he does poorly. I know for a fact, if I have a lineup with Max Homa in it that's so good and he's the guy that drags it down, I will be way more upset than I would be happy if he won me money. Way more upset. So I'm a big proponent of playing lineups that make you happy. And to add to that too, when Tiger plays, I never put Tiger in my lineups because the sadness of him doing poorly on top of him tanking my lineups makes me feel worse. Versus if I play 0 Tiger and Tiger wins like the 2019 Masters, oh, I'm so happy. Way happier. Like, it doesn't even matter I lost money not playing Tiger Woods. I don't care. The fact that Tiger won made me super happy. Hell, I was on Rory this year when he won the Masters. He was my most drafted golfer. Like, if I show you my exposures, he was the most drafted golfer in my lineups. And I still lost $90 on the week. Like I said, I put $400 in, I got $300 back. I ended up losing 90. It was total number was 375 that I put in. I brought back 294. So just do the math. It's not even $90. It's $80. I lost $80. So I don't know. I can't do Max Homa because I'm not a fan of Max Homa. If you are, go for it. If what you can do, what I just said in my head, if you can map it out where you're not unhappy when he plays poorly and he's on your lineups, then go ahead and play him. Go ahead and play him. I just know I'll be aggravated beyond belief if I have a good Max Homa lineup and he sucks. I know I will be. Okay. I told you I'd go through these fast, and that one did not go fast, but that was because it was a Max Homa segment. And so let's move on. Last week 2s. We want to play 1 to 3 of these golfers. We have 2 10K golfers, including Patrick Cantlay, that has just played super great at this golf course over the years. I got no issue going to these 2 golfers. I also don't have an issue going to Tommy Fleetwood. But if you were to tell me I had to pick 1 to 3 golfers, I'm probably only picking 2, and it's going to be JT at 10-2 with Victor Hovland at $9,000. I think those 2 golfers just make a lineup super easily, and if you wanted to add a third, there's no issue with some of these other golfers. Just to throw this out there really quick, Brian Campbell, this is his hometown, Hilton Head Island. So he's basically, it's a home field event for him. Sometimes that works out for golfers, sometimes it doesn't. Just throwing it out there that's information for you guys to digest. You know, now I look at it, I got no issue playing Daniel Berger at 8,300. If your 3 golfers were JT, Hovland, Berger, I think you're in a great position. And if you wanted to pivot from Berger to McNeely, no issue there, or Aaron Rye, no issue there. Again, if Denny McCarthy wins, if you post Denny McCarthy in the comments after this video goes live and he wins this event, I'll put you in a draw to win a Denny McCarthy signed Titleist Pro V. Just throwing that out there. You know, a lot of these golfers, I have no issue playing. I just really like JT this week. I liked him last week and he obviously disappointed, but I'll go right back to him. And then obviously Patrick Cantlay, again, just does really well at this golf course. So I don't see why I'd have an issue playing Patrick Cantlay this week. Moving on, golfers who missed the cut last week at the Masters. That's another bucket that we want to select from. So we put the last week 5 bucket on there. And we've got some pretty affordable golfers. Henley, Straka, McIntyre, and Bradley. I have no issue playing any of those guys. I will be staying away from Pendrith. I didn't like him last week. I know some people out in the DFS community did. I don't know why, but hey, to each their own. Finau, already mentioned him. Zalatoris. Okay, so this bucket is what? 1 to 3. 1 to 3. I'd want to play a lot of these golfers. I'm glad that the buckets restrict me from playing more than 3 golfers, because it's very easy to put a lot of these golfers in your lineup. And I honestly don't have an issue with most of them. Remember never to fall in love with the 6K golfer, but also don't disrespect one. So, if just you so happen to build lineups and it includes any of these guys, go for it. Including Cam Young, by the way, who I couldn't, oh, I could not stomach playing Cam Young, but I probably will this week. Who cares? Course history 2s, golfers with decent course history. 3 10K golfers, including Morikawa, Schauffele, and Justin Thomas. Shane Lowry, first time seeing him in any of these buckets. I don't mind going to Shane. This is another good bucket. 2 to 5. Okay, that's very interesting. So this is where I like to use the optimizer to build lineups, because there is a lot of cross pollination amongst these buckets. So, you know, Colin has been in all 3 of the buckets well, 3 of the stat categories we've already discussed. Course history last year and last week. He's been in each of those buckets. So it feels like going to him, there's just no issue. Like, it's not a struggle to want to play Colin Morikawa. I also don't mind. Xander's also in that same book. And so too is JT, by the way. I got no issue playing any 3 of those guys. And then mixing them up with any of these guys down here. When it says 2 to 5, I mean, I think we could probably play 3 to 4 from this bucket pretty comfortably. Unless you totally feel 3 of these guys here at the top will finish inside the top 10, which I like all 3 of them to do just that. Then that's where you can't really put that many golfers from this bucket in your lineup. You probably just put 3 at most. But I got no issue if you want to go 4. And if you could make a strong argument for 5, then you do that. Because like we have Sung Jae, Hovland, those are 2 golfers I already know I do want to put in my lineup. I'm not too keen on any of these golfers here in the 7K range. Not that big of a deal to me. Sammy Biscuits down here at 7,000. Okay. So those are 3 golfers. And if I want to pair them up with JT, that's 4 golfers right there. How much money would I be spending? That's using up 34,900 of the salary. Let's just say 15,000's left. So you could put 2 7K golfers, mid-price 7K golfers in your lineup from here. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Course history 3s. We want 1 to 3 of these golfers. We get 98, 97, Corey Connors and Russell. Okay, so this is like a glue bucket, in my opinion. Trying to find 1 or 2 golfers, maybe even 3 from these buckets to put in your lineups. I think just pieces it together. Lots of golfers we haven't seen in some of these buckets, including Will Zalatoris. Oh, I suppose we saw him in the last week 5 bucket. Never mind. We saw him there. Yeah, I think we saw most of these golfers. So, except for Gary Woodland. Projection of this bucket again was 1 to 3. We're going to move on. Recent form 2, 2 to 5. By the way, that last bucket, basically all I do is I just let the optimizer select whoever. I have no convictions in that last bucket whatsoever. And I guess from here, I really don't either. You got a lot of high-priced golfers. So this projection, what was 2 to 5? 2 to 5. Yeah, one of these 10K golfers, obviously, maybe 2 of the 10K golfers. Easy to figure, or easy to think they'll be in the mix, and then any of these golfers. Yeah, most of them are just fine. I also don't have any convictions when it comes to this, except for those golfers in the 10K range. Recent form 3, I think this is more of a 1 to 4 bucket for recent form 3 than a 2 to 4 bucket. Let's take a look. Not recent form 4s, recent form 3s. Ooh, okay. So Ludwig Victor okay, so if there was ever an argument for me to want to stick to my convictions of playing Victor and Sungjae, it's this bucket by far. 1 to 4, but technically 2 to 4 is what the actual projection is, but I would actually drop it down to 1 to 4 just because I know better. But the fact that Hovland and Sungjae are in this bucket, and this is a bucket, or those two golfers are golfers, they're in my dummy lineup right now. This is how like confident I feel like I want to play Hovland and Sungjae. So I got no issue going there. And the rest of these golfers, I don't know. Akshay, no issue playing him, no issue playing McNeely, no issue playing Clark. But these golfers down here, I don't mind filling them up. Like, I don't mind filling my lineups with Eric Cole, Ryo Hisatsune, Andrew Novak, even Ricky Fowler, Lucas Glover. Those are all, and Will Zalatoris and Tony Finau. Like, yeah. Again, that's why I like the optimizer. I don't want to make those tough decisions. I'll let the optimizer do it for me. Again, we're not talking about 10K golfers, but just so you guys know, the projections are telling us we want to play 1 to 3, or at least 1 to 3 will finish inside the top 10. Strokes gained 1 and 2, 2 to 5, and 1 to 3. Easiest way to sort by strokes gained buckets is just to put a sort of A to Z on the strokes gained bucket. And all the golfers here are in strokes gained 1. 2 to 5 is what we want to do. There are 4 golfers, 10K and above. So maybe 2 of these guys finish inside the top 10, and that already satisfies the bucket projection. But I don't know, man. Actually, now that I look at all this, I don't really care for a lot of these golfers. Like, I'm not anchoring a lot of these golfers in my lineups. I like Corey Connors, but I'm not anchoring lineups around him, or Henley, or Lowry, or Fleetwood, or McIntyre, or McNeely, and certainly not Rose. This just makes me feel that much more comfortable with these 3 golfers right here. Morikawa, Schauffele, and Cantlay. I know they're already popular. I know that people are going to play them. I guess here's more confidence for you guys to go ahead and anchor your lineups around them. I got no issue with it. This bucket down here that starts with Ludwig, this projection's 1 to 3. So find 1 to 3 golfers. And quite frankly, it's not that strong. I do get Hovland and Sungjae once again in this bucket. Once again. Yeah, I think... Now, don't get me wrong. I will also have pivots. There will be some Jason Day, Sungjae lineups. There will be some Hovland, Sepp Straka lineups. There'll be Hovland, Clark lineups. There'll be Ludwig, Sungjae lineups. Ludwig, Hovland lineups. Ludwig, Hovland, Sungjae lineups. Like, there'll be combinations of these lineups that I will be building. And then obviously 2 of these guys with 1 of these golfers down here. Any of them. Anybody that can put a lineup together. So it doesn't have to just be 7K and below. It can actually be, you know, I could go Oberg, Hovland, Sepp Straka. Doesn't leave me a lot of money on the table, but it's possible. It's doable. But yeah, those are the buckets for this year's RBC Heritage. Again, you can find them at the cheat sheet, which you can find on the website. Just go to cheat sheet, fantasy tools, find the drop down that says cheat sheet, click that, and then navigate yourself down the page. So this is what will show up right when you click on cheat sheet. Scroll down, so you find here, click on this, and boom, it'll bring you up to this page, and you can do all the same type of filtering that I just did. So that's available to you guys, and that will conclude the bucket system. I will also mention this. I stream for members only Wednesday night. In order to be a part of that stream, you need to be a white tier member and above. So you got to pay $4.99 a month in order to access that that video every Wednesday night. And if you are a monthly member on YouTube, you get a $5 discount to be a monthly member on SweetSpotDFS.com. So the monthly membership on SweetSpotDFS.com is $19.95. If you pay the $4.99 here at YouTube, I will knock the $4.99 off of your $19.99 over there. So that is available to you if you are interested. And why I mentioned that, because members only videos, we dig down into combo buckets. And I look at the 7K combo buckets, which just gives us anchor points for our 7K golfers to build our lineups around. And it's been successful. Let me tell you what. I'm actually going to bring up the optimizer right now just to show you guys. Because I kept the criteria that I did in the members only video. So anybody that was in the chat right now, can you confirm I created this last week during the members only video where I had a 0-1 group with Corey Connors, Jason Day, Sepp Straka, a 0-1 group for Berger, Garcia, Bradley, and a 0-1 group for McNeely and Davis Thompson. And all three of those groups, I had a projection of 1-3, because we couldn't find a commonality of the 7K golfers that just tend to appear at the Masters tournament inside the top 10. We had Corey Connors, the only guy to finish inside the top 10. He finished 8th place. The rest of these guys, not so great. And I did build a lot of my lineups that started with Corey Connors and then Berger, Corey Connors and then Garcia, Corey Connors and then Bradley, Corey Connors and then McNeely, Corey Connors and then Thompson. And then I did that for Jason Day. I went down the line. And then I did that for Sepp Straka, went down the line. And then I actually went Corey Connors, Berger, and then one of these, McNeely, and then Davis Thompson. And then I did all the combinations you possibly could do. And then I had my standalone lineups with just Corey Connors in it, just Jason Day, just Straka, Bergers, you know, whatever. The ones that were standalones for Corey Connors did the best, obviously, because the rest of these guys kind of crapped the bed. So, maybe we'll find better 7K combo buckets for the RBC Heritage, but when we went over it for the Masters, it was clear as day. There was not a commonality to find with the 7K golfers this year. Well, just 7K golfers in general for the Masters tournament. There was no commonality whatsoever. The only ones that I could find were these groupings of golfers, and that's for different reasons. I did that for the members only. So again, you can only get access to it if you are a white tier member and above. And I will be going over the combo buckets for the 7K range tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Okay, I'm gonna check up with the chat, and then I'm gonna get right back into the next segment. So if you got questions for me, you can go ahead and leave them. Let's see. Cameron Young is 6,200. LOL. I know, Phil. It's actually not bad. Kuchar is cheapest and plays well here. Yep, you are correct. There are some interesting names, 6K flat, and maybe just two of them, Brian Campbell being the other. What a Masters tourney, eh? I agree, Eric. And good evening to you. Bill Smart says, just amazing. Got that thrill of victory. Oh, I don't know if I know how to pronounce that. ES posthumous. Theme stuck in my head all week. Or posthumous. I don't know. Love Sepp this week. Yeah, I don't mind going back to Sepp. I think Connors wins this week. He's coming in hot. I agree. Jay Roberts goes, I was shocked I finished 6th with no Rory. Thank you, Bobby Mack, Sepp, and Hendog. You were 6th for what? Right now, I have a ton of posts in. Interested to see if the optimizer likes them. Confirmed. Says AJ Love. Ryan Henson goes, Fitz will be the 7K combo buckets. 7K combo buckets, Tom probably. Remember Fitz head cover the lighthouse here in the playoff he had against Spieth a couple years ago? I mean, I remember him in that playoff, but I don't know what the head cover has to do with it. Okay, so one last thing before we get into building lineups are the Marquee Tee Times. Let's go over them right now. You can follow along with me on the cheat sheet by here. I'll go to the cheat sheet with you guys. I see a couple of you guys in here. Go to the filters that are at the top of the page. You'll see a DraftKings filter. Drill down on that. And then in column O, you want to A to Z, sort A to Z, and that's how you will get the top 9 groups. I have this zoomed out, but you guys can obviously do it on your side, and you can also do it on mobile, by the way. It's not as easy, it's not as clean, but you can do it on mobile. So I'm going to do that on my sheet, A to Z, and I'll zoom in. Actually, I can't zoom in any more than it is. Okay. So for this week's event, we have pairings going off in twosomes. If you're worried that the Marquee Tee Times won't work as they typically do because it's twosomes versus threesomes, you have nothing to worry about. This holds up even with twosomes. So these are your top 9 groups. The rules are we want to build lineups with 2 to 4 of them. 2 to 4. And we don't want to pair them up together. So if you like Scottie Scheffler, don't pair him up with Viktor Hovland. It just, again, 95% of the time, whenever I record pass optimal lineups, when I look at the Marquee Tee Times for those tournaments, those rules just apply 95% of the time. You can certainly do whatever you want. If you think this is the week that the 5% prevails, then go for it. I'm just always going to play the percentages, always. So group 1 is Scottie Scheffler and Viktor Hovland. Personally, I would choose Viktor over Scottie, but if there was a case to play Scottie, this is wonderful because both of those guys to me are question marks, and I don't know which one I'd rather play more. Viktor Hovland obviously makes lineup building a little easier, but Scottie Scheffler is the best golfer in the world. We can say Rory is. Like, I got no issue with that because Rory's just been hot this whole the whole beginning of this year. I got no issue with that. I'm still, in my heart of hearts, I think Scottie Scheffler is still a better golfer than Rory. But I'm gonna give Rory his due. Rory obviously has won 3 times this year and deserves being called the best golfer in the world right now. But I can't do it. I couldn't do it. Justin Rose and Corey Connors is in group 2. Okay. You know what? I feel very confident someone from that group will be in the optimal lineup. Feel very confident. Same applies for the next group, Ludwig and Xander Schauffele. Wow. Lots of pivots to be made here. I mean, I think Ludwig and Xander, I mean, Ludwig would probably be the lowest owned of these 10K golfers, right? JT, Oberg, and Schauffele. Do we think Ludwig will be less owned than the other 3? If so, I mean, I don't really care, but it's super interesting. Morikawa and Theegala, I would much rather play Morikawa. Fleetwood, Sungjae, there we go. If there's a reason to not play Sungjae, or I'm sorry, well, same thing applies. If there's a reason not to play Sungjae, it would be playing Tommy Fleetwood. If there was a reason not to play Tommy Fleetwood, it would be to play Sungjae. And I love that. It makes building a little bit easier. Next group is Sepp Straka and Davis Thompson. We got Georgia boys. Georgia boys. Georgia in South Carolina. You know what? Davis Thompson's actually a sneaky play. You know, if you had to pick between him and Sepp Straka, they're not like absolute coin flips, but on a scale of 0 to 100, I'd play Sepp 55 times over Davis Thompson at 45 times. Like, it's pretty close. I do like Sepp a little bit better than Davis Thompson, but not by much. J-Day and Tony Finau, lovable losers, as I would call them. Okay. I have no take on either one of them. Henley and Hoagie. Well, if there was a reason to pivot off of Henley, maybe it is to play Tom Hoagie. Or if there's a reason to just fade Tom Hoagie completely, hey, throw Henley in your lineup and then you don't have to worry about it. And then the last group is Patrick Cantlay and Siwoo Kim, who are Pete Dye specialists. Both of them are Pete Dye specialists. I got no issue playing either one of them. I know the optimizer isn't really going to choose Siwoo Kim that much, so if you do like Siwoo Kim, you're either going to have to boost his metric if you have the optimizer, or you're gonna have to lock them in. So I got no issue. Very interesting groups, by the way. Super interesting. Okay, guys, we're gonna start building lineups, and I want you to use the Marquee Tee Times to give me 2 to 4 golfers to build lineups around. This is not gonna be a part of the roll call for the giveaway, but if you want lineups built, give me 2 to 4, and then I will do roll call after. Jay Roberts, the $100 single, you finished 6th place and you had 3 guys who missed the cut. Is that what you were saying? That's insane. If that's true, that's insane. AJ says, going back to my core from last week. Sure. Fitzpatrick used to vacation here in summers. I think that why his head cover of Lighthouse here. It a special place for him. Okay. I didn't know his head cover was the Lighthouse. All right. So the first lineup is going to be Straka, or Connor Straka Henley. So I'm just going to go ahead and pin that. I don't think I had one from Gabe from earlier. Nope, he did not. Did he send me a message? I don't think he did. Okay, so we are going to either do 3 minutes or 10 lineups. I think when this becomes a bit more popular, we're going to probably have to change that, where we can't do 3 minutes or 10 lineups. I do 5 lineups, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'm going to clear this out. I just wanted to keep it here to discuss it, to show you how well it did. So Connors, Straka, Henley. Connors. Straka and Henley was 9,700. Okay. So we're doing 2 9Ks and an 8K. AJ, are you ready? Whew. Crack, Snapple, pop. Yo, what's up, Phil? Let's change the exposure just so we can build these lineups without issue. Alrighty. No, I had 6 to 6 with Ramen, Clark, Rosie, Reed, Day, and oh, that's awesome, dude. I thought you said that you had Straka in your lineup and some other dudes that missed the cut. Good job, dude. All right. AJ says he's ready. Timer is on the screen. Here we go. Would Connors be considered 10K? No, he would not. No. Connors, Henley, Straka, Minwoo, Sahith, and Cammy Boy Davis. I don't hate it. Did say I was going to change these to 100%. This lineup is actually really interesting. 998866. You got Connors, Henley, Straka, Berger, Horschel, and Gerard. No issue there. Connors, Henley, Straka, Minwoo Lee, Thigala, Cam Young. Yeah, not trying to, you know, target Cam Young, but if he shows up, he shows up. Connors, Henley, Straka, Im, Scott, Grazerman. Sure. Last week, it was Sungjae at 7,300, Patrick Reed at 7,300, Rose at 7,200. all next to each other. I would never have built that lineup just based off of salaries and how they're put together. That kind of now put that thought in my head to rest. I think I have no issue doing that going forward. So you will not be hearing me going, I don't want to put price tags together. I think it's fine. Connors, Henley, Straka, Minwoo, Sahith, and Matt Kuchar. There you go. Matt Kuchar, Stone Cold or Stone Min 6K. No issue playing Matt Kuchar this week. Connors, Henley, Straka, McCarthy, Thigala, Adam Scott. There you go. Ooh, I saved that twice by mistake. Oh, you were thanking them for bearing a lot of solid Rory lines. I got you. Connors, Henley, Straka, Harmon, Thigala, Horschel. So there's a lot of Thigala showing up so far. I mean, I don't have an issue with it, to be honest with you. Would you like me to kick out Thigala for some of these? Connors, Henley, Straka, Spawn, Thigala, Dietrich. I'm just going to do it. I don't trust Thigala that much, but again, it's a no-cut event. So if you have no issue with it, Thigala's not terrible to put in your lineups. I'll be listening when you get to me. I have to step away for a minute. There you go. Sounds good. For Connors, Henley, Straka, Harmon, Finau, and Sam Burns, 9, 9, 8, and 3 7s. Not bad. Okay. Connors, Henley, Straka, Minwoo Lee, Tony Finau, and Nick Ayla. Is that all Tony Finau's? 2 Tonys there? No, Tony wasn't showing up. Cool. All right, man, those are your 10 lineups. We're gonna try to cruise through this. And Jamie Milne. Jamie, are you in the chat? Cantlay, Connors, and Kuchar. Or I'm sorry. Yeah, Cantlay, Connors, and Kuchar. Matt Kuchar. All right, Jamie, I'm putting you on the clock. I hope you're in the chat. Oh, let's rip, he says. There we go. First lineup, Cantlay, Connors, Sungjae, Minwoo, Finau, and Kuchar. We are going to kick out... Actually, I need to give Kuchar some points here. Let's give him 200 and bump him up to 1,000. That way, the optimizer, I don't have to make the decisions. The optimizer will do it for us. All right, Finau gets the boot, which is totally fine. No issue there. Next lineup is Cantlay, Connors, Straka, Minwoo Lee, Sammy Burns, and Matt Kuchar. That one's not bad. We replace Sam Burns with Matt Fitzpatrick. Not terrible either. Do you like Minwoo Lee or Sepp Straka? If you don't like Minwoo or Sepp Straka, let me know and I'll just kick him out when I see him next. Cantlay, Connors, Straka, Im, Gerard, and Kuchar. I like this lineup a lot. 10-9, 2 8s, and 2 6s. I'd much rather see a 10-9, 8-7, 6-6. We get 10-9-9, 7-7-6. We get Cantlay, Connors, Day, Bradley, Thigala, Kuchar. Throw a little more Poston, maybe. Okay. Cantlay, Connors, Straka, Im, Adam Scott, and Matt Kuchar. So JT Poston is where? 7,800. All right, we'll boost him up 100 and see if the optimizer selects him. There we go. We get Cantlay, Connors, Sungjae Im, JT Poston, Keegan Bradley, and Matt Kuchar. 10-9-8, 7-7-6. There we go. That's how we get it done. Next lineup is Cantlay, Connors, Straka, Poston, Colley, Matt Kuchar. 10-9-8, 7-7-6. Most common lineup build. that wins you lots of money. Cantlay, Connors, Sungjae, JT Poston, Pendrith, and Kuchar. Could be worse. Could be better. That's it right there. You like that? Oh yeah, that's right. Cantlay, Connors, Straka, Poston, Davey Boy Thompson, and Matt Kuchar. That one's not bad either. Let's do one last one for the road. We get Harmon in there. Okay, so I like that. Cantlay, Connor, Straka, Poston, Harmon, Kuchar. I got a copyright strike in one of my Masters videos because I played that song too long. Unbelievable. All right, so I think I like this one better than I like the Pendrith one. So we're going to save it over the Pendrith one. All right, Jamie, those were your 10 lineups. Let's change Kuchar and Japi Tostin. Japi Tostin, I like that one. JP Tostin. That was a mix, but it works. All right, next one. Ryan Henson. Yeah, Ryan wants the optimizer. Oh my god, look at all the optimizer requests. Okay. I see you all. I'll send it to you right meow. All right, Ryan, your optimizer is being sent. Bryson, your optimizer is being sent. Bryson. And Edward. Edward, your optimizer is being sent. There we go. All the requests have been satisfied. Morikawa, Henley, and Rye. And if you can put Fitzpatrick in some. Okay. Hey, Ryan, how did you end up doing at the Masters? I know you emailed me, or you messaged me on Twitter. X, I should say. Said you had some good lineups going on. Did they come to fruition? Did you make lots of money? All right, so if you want Fitzpatrick in there, we're going to have to give him at least a 100-point boost. I think that's good enough to not be in all of the lineups, but to be in some of the lineups. Are you ready? You got to take me down in the $50 winner take alls? Yeah, good luck, man. It's my jam. That is my peanut butter jelly sandwich. Add a little banana in there. It's the ultimate sandwich. Lost about 50. Not terrible. All right, man. Here we go. Morikawa, Henley, Minwoo Lee, Aaron Rye, Fitzpatrick, and Cammy Boy Davis. Could do worse. Could do better. Ooh, I like this lineup a lot. Morikawa, Henley, Rye, Bradley, Fitzpatrick, and Gerard. Sign me up, man. Morikawa, Henley, McNeely, Rye, Fitzpatrick, Cam, Young. Gross, but doable. 1098-776. I like it. Morikawa, Henley, Berger, Rye, Fitzpatrick, and Kucha. It's fine. And remember, we're not forcing Fitzpatrick in any of these lineups. We just boost his metric. And he's shown up in all of them. Morikawa, Henley, Rye, Spawn, Fitzpatrick, Adam Scott. I'm actually curious if I push it down 50 points. Would he show up as much? We shall see. Straka. You had to choose Day or Straka. Oh, it's Straka, yeah. All right, so 50 points does matter. We get Morikawa, Henley, Rye, Bradley, Finau, and the Greaserman, as Byron would like to call him. The Razorman. Greaserman. Ooh, we get the assassin in this lineup. Cue it up. We have Morikawa, Henley, McNeely, Rye, Finau, and Rio Kisasane. Hadouken! Actually like that lineup a lot. Morikawa, Henley, Rye, Thompson, Fitzpatrick. There we get a Fitzpatrick lineup. 10, 9, 3 7s, and a 6. I like that. Pretty good.
Pretty good. It's pretty good.
Colin Morikawa, Henley, Rye, Spawn, Finau, and Tommy Dietrich. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that one. And I honestly don't mind playing JJ Spawn this week, although not one of my favorite golfers. That's fine. Ooh, look at this lineup. Morikawa, Henley, Minwoo Lee, Aaron Rai, Will Zalatoris, and Christian Bezuidenhout. Wow, one more for the road. One last one. I like that one way better. Well, Minwoo's kind of getting on my last nerve. He gave me one bad tournament. I think any golf course that requires strategy is not a golf course for Minwoo Lee. I'm going to throw that out there right now, and I'm going to delete that lineup. Although I like that Eric Cole, this 6K combo of Cole and Glover, I like a lot. I like it a lot. Okay, those were lineups for Ryan Henson. We are going to move on to the next one. Oh yeah, by the way, Jamie, you're welcome. I didn't see you said thanks. Okay. So that was Ryan. John, are you in the chat? John Bizzle. He wants Oberg, Rye, and Hoagie. Some more Aaron Rye love. And Thomas of the Hoagsters. What you gonna do, brother, when Hollywood Tom Hoagie comes after you?
Maybe I am insane. Maybe I am insane. And maybe it's time for you to find out how insane I am. Yeah.
Fitting. How was my Masters? It was really good, dude. Really good. Tommy 2 Glove is popular. That he is. Oh, John says he's here. All right, here we go. I didn't see that. 3 minutes are on the clock. 10 lineups for 3 minutes. Whatever we get to first. Oberg, M, Berger, Rye, Hoagie, and Horschel. What a lineup. 10, 2 8s, 2 7s, and a 6. Some would say that's the most common lineup or optimal lineup build. Yeah. Oberg, M, Clark, Rye, Hoagie, and Adam Scott. Okay. We're getting some different lineups with this one. Oberg, M, McNeely. So a lot of M. Do you like Sung Jae that much? Personally, I do, but you don't have to. And don't feel pressured to. Oberg, M, McNeely, Rye, Finau, Hoagie. Again, I've turned a new leaf. I don't care if price tags are the same. Oberg, M, Justin, Rose, Finau, Rye, and Hoagie. I see you drinking a poppy. Tried about every flavor except 2. Yeah, this one's the blueberry one. Wild berry, I should say. Sorry, wild berry. Oberg, Morikawa, Rye, Finau, Hoagie, Matt Kuchar. Look at that, 2 10Ks. That's solid. Oberg, Morikawa. I like that lineup a lot. You do like, what was it, Sung Jae? Okay. Well, now he's not going to show up because we got 2 10Ks. Again, Oberg, Morikawa. I don't hate that, by the way. 10-10, 3 7s, and a 6. Oof. Now we get Oberg and JT to go with Rye, Thigala, Hoagie, and Cam Davis. All right. Might be at my ends or my wit's end with 2 10Ks. We get another one with Cam Young. We're going to say no. I'm going to change the 10Ks to just do, I just want those 3 double 10K lineups. That's it. And look at this gem that we get. Oberg, Fleetwood, Minwoo, Rye, Hoagie, Bezadenho. Oberg, M, McIntyre, Rye, Hoagie, and Cole. Yeah, sign me up for this one. You know what? This deserves a little song. We like this one. That one's good. Oh, we already saved it. My bad. And last one. Last one. Another good one. Oberg, Lowry, Rye, Thigala, Hoagie, and Glover. Oh yeah. That lineup is so good. It deserves a song. All right, those were some good lineups. Let's change the Hoagsters back to his price point, or his metric, I should say, and load up the next guy. Philip, who typed, "I'm Hoagie, so woo." I don't know if that was autocorrect or what, but that Philip is so Hoagie. Let's see. Siwoo, Hoagie. Okay, we need to give these guys boosts once again, especially Siwoo. All right. Philip Hall, are you here? Do you know if Thomas Caddy still hurt this week? He was playing with Homa's Caddy at Masters. He was playing... Huh? Oh, JT? Justin Thomas? So JT played with Joe Griner, who's Homa's ex-caddy. They split ways. I don't think that was permanent. I think Matt Minister, who is Justin Thomas's caddy, they did say he was either sick or he had an injury. I don't remember. I personally don't care. I think Joe Griner is a fantastic. I think he'd be a fun hang. And I think like JT having him as a caddy is totally fine. Okay, yep, I have all of them in there, Philip. Here we go. Let's see what the optimizer gives us. Paul Morikawa, Sungjae, Bobby Mack, Siwoo, Fitzpatrick, and Tom Hoagie. That is a solid lineup. I like that lineup a lot. JT, Lowry, M, Siwoo, Hoagie, Horschel. Yeah, that deserves this, man. It's a really good lineup. JT, Sungjae, Bobby Mack, Rye, Kim, Hoagie. No issues with that lineup either. It's another good lineup. JT, Lowry, Sungjae, Siwoo, Tom Hoagie, Adam Scott. Sure. Maybe Adam Scott finally makes some putts. Probably not, but maybe. Lowry, Straka, Im, Rye, Kim, Hoagie. Yeah, sign me up. That's a good lineup too. 9, 2 8s, and 3 7s. Pretty balanced. Xander, Sungjae, McNeely, Bradley, Hoagie, and yeah, that's another good lineup. I'll give you one of these. And then it breaks. Oh, that's a first. It must have got really narrow. What were some of these other lineups that we built? We have Bradley, Aaron Rye, McIntyre. We can bring some of these other golfers back and then kick out the high-priced golfers. I guess I'll put 2 10Ks available. See what that first lineup is. I'm gonna kick out Bobby Mack just right. Oh, I suppose I could just kick him out right away. Let Matt Fitzpatrick stay back. We'll see if we can build 4 different ones from here. Did we already build this one? I feel like we did. Billy Horschel with JT Lowry. Yeah. Well, let's kick out JT. Bring back Horschel. I'm sure Horschel is a glue piece. We'll see. Xander, Sungjae, Mav, McNeely. Our Xander lineup. Sungjae, Mav, McNeely. So we're really narrow, it looks like. Let's kick out Xander. Basically, what I'm trying to do is see if I can build different different lineups that include some of these golfers that are getting kicked out. 9, 8, 8, 3 7s. Is there one that starts with Shane Lowry that's like this? Shane Lowry, Sepp Straka, Sungjae? Yes, there is. Wow. All right, so I'm gonna kick out Shane Lowry then, and I'll bring back Xander. Xander, Sungjae, Matt McNeely. I don't think I got that one right. Oh, I do. Jeez. Jeez Louise. And then it breaks. You are pigeonholed, my friend. 6 lineups is all that I can get you. Very interesting. Who would you like kicked out? Good Night says, can I drop names for a few lineups? I mean, I'll build you lineups. If you give me a 2 to 4 golfers to build lineups around, I'll do the same thing I'm doing for everyone else. Let's kick out Siwoo. And you get Morikawa, Sungjae, Minwoo instead of Siwoo. Rai, Finau, Hoagie. I'm just going to build your last 4 lineups without Siwoo being locked in there. Another, well, I also don't want that much Minwoo. Couldn't care less for Minwoo Lee this week. Morikawa, JT, Sungjae, Hoagie, Dietrich, Scott. All right. Drop Sungjae or Siwoo. I'll bring Siwoo back in this one. I'll drop Sungjae. Here's a lineup though. It's solid. I don't mind that one. Yeah, no Minwoo. Let's drop Sungjae and pick up Siwoo. See what we get for your last lineup. Morikawa, JT, Batia, Siwoo, Hoagie, and let's not do Adam Scott. I feel like that's just going to tank your lineup. Xander, Sungjae, Mav McNeely. Did we already do this one? Yes. Yes, we did. JT, Im, McIntyre, Rai, Kim, Hoagie. And that's a dupe. Dang it. This isn't a dupe. Xander, Straka, Rose, Rai, Siwoo, Hoagie. Okay. That one will replace the one below it. And we can move on. All right, Phil, those are your lineups, man. 6 good ones, and then it broke. So that's either a good sign or it's a not so good sign. I'll leave you to the interpretation. All right, Philip. Okay, so Lombardi Lee. Lombardi, you are next. Matt Fitz, Denny, and Tom Hoagie. All right. So let's go ahead and bump these guys up. Denny, Fitz. And then Hoagie? Yeah, Tom Hoagie. Hoagie, McCarthy. Who's the last one I'm missing? Oh, I didn't lock in Fitz? Okay. 3 7Ks, huh? You are here. Sounds good. You think Rose has got anything left after last week, says Philip? I don't think so. I mean, it's possible. I was tired today, so I made a small coffee and felt like I was going to die. Okay. Let's go ahead and put that timer on and let's build some lineups. Xander, JT, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, Hoagie, Horschel. I like it. 2 10Ks. By the way, those are the cheapest that Xander and JT in a 10K range could possibly be together. Morikawa, McIntyre, Minwoo, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, and Hoagie. Don't got an issue with it. Minus Minwoo. I'm probably going to kick Minwoo out after 3 more lineups seeing him in it. Morikawa, Straka, McNeely, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, Hoagie. Solid. Morikawa, Xander, Denny, Fitzpatrick, Hoagie, Chris Kirk. Yeah, sign me up. I got no issue playing Chris Kirk at this event. Ooh, Matthew Pavan. We get Morikawa, Schauffele, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick, Hoagie, and Matthew Pavan. And then it breaks. And then it breaks. So, question. Mr. Lombardi Lee, who are we kicking out? Who are we kicking out? I think what I'll actually do is probably kick out JT for the time being because he was with Xander Schauffele quite a bit. Let's see what we can do. Morikawa, Cantlay, McCarthy, Fitzpatrick. Did we do this one? Morikawa, Cantlay? I don't know if we did. I do not have any Morikawa, Cantlay. Okay. But kind of the same makeup. Denny with Horschel. I think we did this one. Let's kick out Minwoo. See if we can get something without Minwoo Lee. Xander, Sungjae, Bobby Mack, McCarthy. Yeah, this one's different. Bobby Mack gets the boot. And we go Morikawa, Straka, McNeely, which I think we've already done. Yeah, we already done that one. We already did that one. Matty Fitz, you want kicked? Yeah. Okay. Morikawa, Schauffele. Did we have that one? We do have a couple of them with Vaughn and Chris Kirk. And this one's Chris Kirk. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to kick out Fitzpatrick. That's a good call. I don't hate playing him this week, but I still kind of wanted him to show me a little bit more. Cantlay, Straka, Sungjae, Denny McCarthy, Bud Cauley. There we go. That's different. All right, time's up, but I'll get you 2 more. Joe Highsmith gets added to this one with McCarthy and Rye. Okay, not terrible. Morikawa, Shoffley, McCarthy, Finau, Hoagie, Thomas, Dietrich. Yeah, sign me up. I like that lineup. All right, man. Those were your 10 lineups. Hopefully one of them pays off. Man, 2 times tonight we get hit with a breakage of the optimizer. You guys, very narrow picks, which that's not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. You like that Morikawa and Cantlay lineup? I'm stealing it. Yeah, dude. You do you. I obviously I can't tell you where to put it because that would be breaking TOS. DraftKings TOS. Okay, where are we? Lombardi. Dave Dean. Dave Dean wants Kawa, Straka, and Hoagie. Kawa and Straka. And the Hogsters. What you gonna do, brother? 50% of lineups built tonight already have Hoagie in it, and we're gonna add to that tally. Okay. Timer is on the screen. 10 lineups or 3 minutes. It's gonna be 10 lineups most of the time. Morikawa, Straka, Minwoo, Aaron Rye, Finau, and Hoagie. Sure. Sign me up. Morikawa, Straka, Minwoo. Okay. That's a lot of Minwoo already. Not super thrilled with that. Do you like Minwoo, Dave Dean? I'm going to kick him out for now. If you tell me you like him, I'll bring him back. But he is getting the boot. Morikawa, JT, Straka, Hoagie, Rogers, and Adam Scott. Sure, why not? By the way, I forgot about all the boot noises. Morikawa, Straka, Berger, Colley, Thompson, and Tom Hoagie. I got no issue with that one. 10, 8, 8, 3 7s. Morikawa, Straka, Sungjae, Aaron Rye, Hoagie, and Gerard. Okay. Okay. That one has me like, I like that lineup. Did we save that last one? Yeah. Morikawa, Straka, M, Rye, Hoagie, and Adam Scott. Sure. It's a pivot from Gerard to Adam Scott. And then a pivot to Max Grazerman. Getting real narrow with these lineups. Morikawa, Straka, Sungjae, Rye, Hoagie, another one. Okay, last one that I'll save of those, but hey, you got a core 5 right now that I don't hate. And another one, but I'm not saving that one. Get different, optimizer. Mac Hughes, yeah, it really likes these 5 golfers together. I'll save the one with Eric Cole. I got no issue with that. Morikawa, Straka, M, Rye, and Hoagie. Let's kick out Aaron Rye. See what else we can get here. And pretty different. Morikawa, Cantlay, Straka, Hoagie, Lucas Glover, and Cammy Boy Davis. I got no issue with that. It's very different. I bet you no one builds a lineup like that. Okay, Dave. I didn't see you in the chat. I hope you got those lineups, or at least you'll rewatch and get them. Daryl Mooney, are you in the chat, sir? Sander, M, and Thompson. Okay, first Xander lock, I think. Davey Boy Thompson. Okay. Dave, you are welcome, sir. All right, Daryl Mooney. Yep, he's here. No Minwoo, please. Okay. Oof. Thank the heavens. Here we go. Xander, Straka, Im, Rye, Thompson, Horschel. Horschel's just going to be in all of these initial lineups. And I really don't have an issue with it. I think it's a decent play at Harbortown. Shoffley, Im, Clark, Egan, Davey Boy Thompson, and Sahith. Sahith gets the boot, which thank God. I wouldn't want to see that many Sahith lineups. Shoffley, Straka, Im, Rye, Thompson, Gerard. I like that one. 10, 8, 8, 2 7s and a 6. We're not going to save this one. That's a lot of like Adam Scott just gets added to the. Okay, so we're going to get a lot of the same. Same as the last lineups I was building. These 6K golfers are pretty interchangeable. Nick Dunlap. Hey man, Daryl, if you really want to go outside the box, Nick Dunlap probably has. I mean, he's battling Homa with the most broken golf swing. Xander, Cantlay, Im, Colley, Thompson, Dunlap. Yeah, sure. Sure. Never disrespect a 6K golfer. Just don't do it. Xander, Cantlay, Im, Thompson, Glover, Dietrich. I like that lineup a lot. That's a good lineup. It's a really good lineup. Same with this one. Richard Flower added to the mix. Xander, Cantlay, Im, Thompson, Fowler, Dietrich. I like that one. Shoffley, Connors, Im, Harmon, Thompson, Davis. Okay, 1098, 766 or 776. Sorry, I like that. And it has Corey Connors. I like that lineup a lot. It's a really good lineup. Xander, Straka, Im, Rye, Thompson, Dietrich. No issues there. Let's not end it on a Cam Young and Jason Day lineup together. Barf. Threw up in my mouth. Shoffley, Straka, Im, Colley, Thompson, Matty Fitzpatty. I like it. That was a good lineup to end on. Didn't even have to force Matt Fitzpatrick into that lineup, which is what I like to see. Oh, we got those lineups done early. All right, Daryl, I hope you can use some of those. Those seem pretty decent. 2 of them at least. I like 2 of them quite a bit. Tim Tulos, Xander, Im, and is that the same one? Oh, Daryl, I am so sorry. Tim, I just built your lineups. Yeah, my bad, Daryl. Tim Tulos, I just accidentally built your lineups with Daryl's message pinned to the board. Daryl, I'll do yours now, but I'm gonna keep Tim's message pinned, and I'll try to remind Tim to go back in the video. All right, Tim, I'm glad that you saw that. But Daryl wants Spieth, Cantlay, and Im. Okay. All right. My bad. I don't know what the hell I was doing. I even pinned it to the message, or pinned it to the board, and I'm losing it, guys. Losing it. Spieth, Cantlay, Im. Spieth, Cantlay, Im. Okay. Do we need to boost? Yeah, we got to boost Spieth up a little bit. Spieth and 0% of lineups so far. Maybe for good cause, maybe for good reason. All right. Cool. I heard some of your favorite DFS PGA gurus say that Max Homa is the perfect golfer. That's why he succeeds at the Masters. What? Who would say Max Homa was the best golfer? Must be my allergies taking over. Well, I didn't take any medication, so I should be fine. I mean, my eyes feel like I can barely open them. Very squinty tonight. Who in the hell would say Max Homa's the perfect golfer? Blech. Sorry, I almost puked again. There we go. Got it out of my system. Wow. What the hell? What's up, Jim Lemoyne? Darbo, you still owe me $5 from a month ago. Roll it over for another. I'll give you your $5. I don't remember. It's on you guys to remind me. I call out who the winner is, and I also tell you gotta reach out to me. If you reached out to me and I didn't give you $5, that's on me. I have $5 I can give you. I don't remember. We good? Okay, these are for Daryl Mooney. However, because I did Tim's lineups during the time I pinned Daryl's lineups to the screen, I have to do the opposite. So Tim's lineups are being pinned to the screen, and I'm doing Daryl Mooney's lineups. Does that makes sense, right, guys? Yeah, I know it does. All right, here we go. But these are lineups for Daryl. Tim, your lineups were already done, and you already know that, but I'm reminding a future self of yours. If you come back and watch the videos. All right. Basically, your common. Oh, you said no min move, so I actually did no min move for Tim. So I hope you're okay with that. I actually think that's fine. I think I'm doing you a service by not putting in any min move lineups in your life. Cantley, Spieth, M, Colley, Thigala, Tony Finau. Fine. Jim says we're good. If you say so, man. It's your winnings. Cantley, Spieth, M, McCarthy, Bradley, Adam Scott. Cantley, Spieth, Straka, M, Thigala, Hadwin. You're watching an RPS podcast? Which one? Not the one with Wiley and Keith Stewart, were you? I was watching a little bit of that. I didn't hear him talk about Max Homa. Cantley, Spieth, well, not in a good way. Cantley, Spieth, M, Bradley, Thigala, Burns. Ooh, Daryl, I like those. I like that lineup right there. Cantley, Spieth, M, Colley, Thigala, Taylor Pendrith. Don't hate it. Or were you watching the RPA podcast with Big T? I can't even do Big T's accent. Cantley, Spieth, M, Rye, Bradley, and the Greaser Man. Cantley, Spieth, M, Bradley, Thigala, Tom Hoagie. There we go. We didn't even have to force Hoagie into this one. 10, 9, 8, 3 7s. It's a lot of Bradley. How do you feel about Bradley, Daryl? Glad I'm not drinking tonight to keep up. Daryl, you want this much Keegan? My spidey senses are going off. I wouldn't want this much Keegan. 0 Michael Kim so far, and for good reason. Jay Roberts, 1000% agree. No Bradley? Okay. Cantley, Connor, Spieth, M, Young, and Cam Dave. Oh, 2 Camerons? No. No. Cantley, Jordo, M, Rye, Thigala, and Dietrich. I can do with that. Thigala is like, no English yet? No. We get Wyndham Clark with Cam Davis, though. Here, I'll get you an English lineup. The Harry-ish, and it's because his metric is just, it's lower than the guys around him. All right. The Harry-ish with Will Zalatoris. Cantley, Spieth, M, Rye, the Harry-ish, and Zalatoris. Okay. That one we can save over a different lineup. I like that one. That was worth the wait. Let's kick out... yeah, that's a lot of Sahith, so I'm actually just going to kick out the most recent one. And let me kick out Aaron Rye and run it again with the Harry-ish. See what other one you can get. Eric, you owe me $10 and I left my email in the chat. Both times to my PayPal account. If you left it in this chat, that is the wrong choice, sir. You need to email me. You got to email me at sweetspotdfs@gmail.com. And if you came back into the chat after I left, I would never see it. I'll be dead serious with you guys. Like, scroll up and down right now and look at all the chats. Remember when I used to timestamp? Like, I actually still have the timestamp stuff here, where I would type in all your guys' names and stuff like that, and I would do the start and the timestamps. It got to such a point that was so difficult to keep up with, and same with like all of the. I used to also, based off of your participation in the chat, I'd go in and find every person's name that ever posted, and then I would put them into the giveaway. That was insane. It was trying to find needles in haystacks sometimes, because a person might come in here and leave a message for the very first time, and I first of all wouldn't read it because I wouldn't see it, and then secondly I would miss them when I was scrolling for all the names to put into the giveaway. So therefore, when I'm done with this, I literally shut it off. I shut it off and I never watch it again. I never read any of the chats after it's been done. So if you are leaving important stuff in here for me to see later on, it's never gonna. If you have something really important to say to me, email me. And if not, you can direct message me on X or on Instagram. Like Eric Carnivore, I think, has messaged me on Instagram a couple times. I'll respond there. But anyways, yeah, the chat, I can read in real time, like everything that's going on, and then I can respond and then go from there. But yeah, I actually have 2 chats open right now. You want to see this? Here's the broadcasting software that I use. So there's this chat here, very small, and I have this chat here. So the difference between the 2 chats is these are the lineups that I'm looking at right now that I'm on. So Trey is up next. And then this chat down here is for me to keep track of what is going on in the chat right now. Right now. So I'm literally looking at both of those chats when I am messaging you, because I'm not on StreamYard. I don't do StreamYard like Byron does. I love OBS. OBS is great. OBS allows me to have these transitions that I can, slide from scene to scene. I can create different scenes. I love OBS. What's going on, Byron? Nice to see you, dude. You still haven't responded to my chats from 2020 during COVID. You want to know what kills me? Let me show you another thing. This is really going into the weeds. Let's do this. I don't think I'm really giving away a lot of information doing this. So on the YouTube Studio, latest comments. This stuff here bothers me because this means I haven't responded to any of you guys. So if I went to view more, I can't even look to see, like, I can't even see them anymore. But these are comments that I have not responded to. So I have to go into each one of these to go reply, but it's already way past the point of no return. So we're not doing that. Daryl's like, I remember in 1950. AJ Love goes, I'll marry you, or I'll mail you. Jesus, not marry. I'll mail you an allergy pill for a poppy. Yeah, they're probably the same price, most likely. Phil Lauer goes, I'm going hella English and Harmon. Okay. I appreciate this is enough lineups. All right, Daryl, you are welcome. Eric is getting a lot of interactions in chat today. It usually quiet. No, it's been like this for a while. And I love it. It's great. Lombardi, we are good. Yeah, email me, man. And I will get back to you. If I owe you $10, I'll get you your $10. I remember Eric only had 23 subs. I started listening to him. There you go, dude. I was on 30 subs for like a full year, for a whole year, but it was also terrible. The mic sucked. I didn't speak fast enough. It was bad. It didn't have the quality, didn't have the lighting that I have. It was all, you know, it's all practice. I watched a while before subbing and I tested his theories. There we go. And you're still around. It means something's going good. You still, oh, never mind. I was going to read the same thing. Oh, no, it's all good, dude. That's part of, this is like what's fun about streaming is I could sit here while the chat's going on and not actually speak to any of you guys, which defeats the purpose of me being live. Like why would you be here live if I wasn't talking to you guys? Harmon is on fire right now. I'll lock him in too. I don't mind that. So many quality options in the 7K. Curious to see what SweetSpot comes up with tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm also curious to see what will come up tomorrow. Yeah, AJ, that's true. You were in chat for a really long time and you're like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but you seem to know what you are talking about, so I'll continue to listen. And you still don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just kidding. All right, I am so sorry. Trey, are you still in the chat? Trey. I just have Trey with a bunch of numbers, which is fine. Just means you haven't established a first and last name on your YouTube account. Or something to that effect. Cantlay M. Thigala. I'll give you like a minute to respond, Trey, if you are in the chat. If not, I'm just going to run lineups for you. Sungjae M. and Thigala. Okay, Brian Campbell, Russell Henley, Byung Hun An, all up in my face. All right, Byron. All right, Trey, sweet. Nice to see you in the chat and still sticking around. Here we go. Timer is on the screen. I am here, sup. Trey. And actually, this is a reminder for everyone. There is a 10-second delay between you and me, so whatever I say, I won't get what you respond with until 10 seconds after. So... If you are like, if I keep saying, are you here? Are you here? Are you here? And you're answering me, just know I'm 10 seconds into the future. First lineup, Cantlay, Straka, M, Bradley, Kali, and Thigala. Okay. Sure. No issues there. Cantlay, M, Minwoo, Aaron Rai, Bradley, and Thigala. That one's good. By the way, Trey, if you don't like anybody, let me know. Minwoo Lee is going to show up a lot. Just so you know. And with that being said, I need to boost up Mr. Thigala. Thigala. I did tell myself I need to listen to more membership 7K ranges and play them. They're always spot on. I get to stick on people I like. There you go. Cantlay, M, Minwoo, Rai, Bradley. Did we just do this one? We did. Bradley's getting the boot. Throw some Clark in there. He got third last year. Okay. Cantlay, Day, M, Rai, Thigala, Billy Horschel. Here's what I'm going to do for Wyndham Clark. Where is he? 70 something, right? 8,400. We're going to give him a 50-point boost and just see if that's enough for the optimizer to like him enough to select him. I heard Ship It Boys say it last year on podcast too. Your preaching is having an effect. Oh, hold on. Cantlay, Sungjae, Wyndham, Aaron Rai, Thigala, Pendrith. There we go. Oh, you said, did hear Wiley say on his podcast 1098776 is the framework. There we go. And then you said, I'll get back to that. Cantlay, M, McIntyre, Rai, Thompson, Thigala. It's pretty solid. Steven Yeager, value play of the week. I don't mind that. Cantlay Henley. There we go. Sungjae, Minwoo, Sahith, and Cammy Boy Davis. I don't hate it. I don't think this works well for Cameron Davis's skill set, but who cares? Like, it's a short golf course. Everyone's going to basically be hitting the same shots from the same places. He could get hot. Cantlay, M, McIntyre, Spawn, Batia, and Thigala. I like that lineup a lot. That's different. This is one of the most different lineups we've built tonight. Cantlay, Straka, M, Rye, Thigala, Burns. There we go. Burns is underpriced. Maybe not for how he's playing now, but for his potential. Cantlay, M, McIntyre, Spawn, Harmon, Thigala. That works for me too. Cantlay, Straka, M, Spawn, Thigala, and Zalatoris. That was a good one to end on. All right, Trey. Wait, let me get you a Wyndham Clark lineup. 100 points was, or 50 points was not enough. Let me build like 2 for you. Wyndham Clark still doesn't get selected. It might be because there just isn't any flexibility with having those high-priced golfers locked in that are up top. That's probably why. But here's a lineup. Cantlay, M, Clark, Rye, Bradley, and Thigala. That one's solid. I'll build one more. We put Taylor Pendrith. Let's try another one. Ick. No. Let's do another one. Sure, we can do Seabez. Cantlay, Spieth, M, Clark, Thigala, and Seabez. That works. That other one was gross with Cam Young in it. No. No thanks. No, thank you. All right, Trey. We got you 11 lineups. 12 lineups, actually. Never mind. M feels like major chalk already. Who would be a good pivot? 8K range, not named Straka. Probably Wyndham Clark. Okay, hold on. Pump the brakes. Here's why Sungjae is going to be really popular and why it's not that big of a deal. How many people are going to start their lineups out by putting in Sungjae, Daniel Berger, and probably Victor Hovland? If you put those 3 golfers together, I bet you that will start out mini lineups that has Sungjae in them. And all you have to do to be different is obviously select pivots from those guys, because I don't see how Daniel Berger isn't going to be heavily popular this week. Lots of people are talking about him. Plus, his stat profile looks good coming into this event. But if you needed just a pivot, I don't know. I guess to me the smartest thing to do would just to be Tommy Fleetwood, I guess, right? We do Marquee Tee Times. Just go with Tommy Fleetwood instead of Sungjae M. It's not a pivot for price point, but it is a pivot for Marquee Tee Time. Or any of the other buckets. Pivot from Sungjae to the next guy in the bucket. So last year ones. Sungjae is right here. Jason Day, then Wyndham Clark. There you go. Those are pivots. Akshay Bhatia you could count as a pivot. JT Poston. Yeah, I would do pivots like that as opposed to just price point pivots. All right. I'm gonna go back up. Harris kind of went a little nuclear round 4 in Masters. Did he really? I wasn't paying attention. OGs would bet on the first time you looked at chat. OGs would. Oh, for me? For real? Oh yeah, that's right. You guys did, but that was because I was doing my little segments, and then I come back to the chat always. Man, Thigala came in second last year, but I feel like he's going swimming this week. Yeah, good. At 30% of Clark at the beginning of the stream. Good night goes. Byron, give me one lock that isn't Burnsy. Does Byron like Burnsy? Phil Hour goes, Steven Yeager value play of the week. I agree. Can't figure out Cam Davis. He just, I don't know. I don't know what to think about him. Yeah, I don't either. Davis has some good course history. Interesting. Davis goes off in Birdie Fest. We'll play him at Byron Nelson. Oh, Trey says throw out Thigala. My bad, Trey. That's the guy you wanted locked in, right? Yeah, I didn't see that in time. M feels okay. We got that one. It's going to be like 10% owned, too chalky. Oh, M's going to be 10% too owned. I gotcha. Byron, what time does that show go live on Tuesdays? Thanks, Phil. I thought 12 to 15 minutes. Daryl, your next bet is Clark or Minwoo in 8K. Minwoo going to be the least owned probably. We should start a class action, Lombardi Lee. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, Byron? Did we have a roll call? We did not. Put a 1 in chat for roll call. Look at you guys reminding me for this stuff. Put a 1 in chat for roll call number 2. Just a 1. Just a 1. The number 1. Cool. I'll wait for other ones to come in, but let's move on to the next one. And we've got Jay Roberts. Jay Roberts wants Xander, Sepp, and Vic. Like that. Xander, Sepp, and Vic. All right, timer is on the screen. Jay Roberts, here we go. Schauffele, Hovland, Straka, Bradley, Thigala, Horschel. Horschel's just that common play, man. Common play. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Minwoo, Bud Cauley, and Cam Davis. All right, so Cam Davis for those that want to play him because of course history. Cam Young. All right, there's your gamble play of the week. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Rye, Bradley, Cam Young. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Rye, Thigala, and Ryan Gerard. There we go. There's a solid lineup. I like that one. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Bradley, Harmon, and Scott. Okay. Not terrible. Not, I don't know. Adam Scott just feels like limited upside, but he could surprise us all. Schauffele, Hovland, Straka, McCarthy, Thigala, and Dietrich. There we go. I like that lineup. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Cauley, Thigala, and Sammy Burns. Sure. Why not? Got no issues. Boot Thigala. Yeah, you got it, man. We'll bring back the grease trap, as Byron likes to call him. See if he gets picked. Bryson is a psycho. I love it. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Bradley, Bud Cauley, and the Greaserman. Razorman. Xander, Hovland, Straka, Berger, Bud Cauley, and Adam Hadwin. Okay. I like that lineup a lot. And maybe the last one? Xander Halvan Straka, Minwoo, Bud Colley, and Chris Kirk. I'll get you one more. I don't think I'd want 2 AK golfers. Yeah, this works out. Shoffley, Hovland, Straka, McCarthy, Rye, and Kuchar. Shoffley, Hovland, Straka, Rye, Bradley, Eckroat. Nope, not doing that one, but I'll save it. Okay, those were lineups. Those were lineups for Mr. Roberts. Okay. Ooh. Now I'm okay. Caught up with the first batch of lineups that came in. Let's see who I'm missing. Phil Lauer. Oh, no. We already did Phil's. We already did Phil's. Oh, I didn't do Phil's. Never mind. Really? I must have been just talking to you. Swear to God, I built you lineups already. I guess not. Nope. All right, Phil. All right, so for the guys that I haven't built lineups for, will you post them in the chat right now who you wanted me to build lineups with? John, you might be a little behind on the stream if you're putting a 1 in the chat right now. Byron, I can go find yours. So Phil Lauer, you're okay? We don't need to build lineups? I was asking that for Philip. I see. Are you the same account, by the way? Are those both? No, one's Philip Hall, I'm pretty sure. Unless that's the same dude. Unless you're the same guy. Okay, I think maybe Byron is next. Yeah, anybody that wants lineups built, go ahead and put them in the chat right now. Byron, this is what you did. I'm pinning yours to the board. Actually, who was it? Good night. Is your name Bryson? I see people calling you Bryson in here, and I don't know if I've ever asked if your name is Bryson. I know there's a Bryson that requests an optimizer from me. If your name's Bryson, I'll be calling you Bryson for the rest. I'm not sure. Nah, Philip was another guy. Bizzle just hit the live. There we go. Hey, nice to see you here, John. It's been a while. You were living in the past. And now we brought you back to the current, the future, the present. All right, Byron, I think we got you. Brian wants Brian Campbell, Henley, and Benny Ann, because we've had 0 Benny Ann. Let's give Mr. Campbell a 200-point boost. Ooh, actually, no, we probably need 300. Probably gonna need 300 because the guys up top are gonna be too high of a metric. Benny Ann, where is Benny Ann in the price point? I don't even remember seeing his face anywhere. There he is. Look at that. Found him right away. All right, Byron. This is just for Byron. All you get. All right, first lineup. We get Morikawa, Henley, Im, Benny Ann, Finau, and Brian Campbell. Cantlay, Henley, Sungjae, Minwoo, Sahith, Brian. That's such a eclectic group of names. Cantlay, Henley, Sungjae, Im, Minwoo, Lee, Sahith Theegala, and then white boy Brian Campbell. No Finau, he says. Then he played nicely at Augusta for a couple holes. Is it burger or rye hoagie week for the Delhi lineup? Ooh, I like the idea of a Delhi lineup. Morikawa, Henley, Im, McNeely, Gerard, Brian Campbell. I just gotta remember. No Finau. Yeah, I actually don't hate the idea of no Finau, but at his price point, it just feels like what could go wrong? Smalley, Hall, and Pot Eater. Morikawa, Henley, Im, Benny Ann, Pendrith, and Brian Campbell. Morikawa, Henley, Im, Benny Ann, and Sammy Biscuits to go with Brian Campbell. I like that lineup. I like it a lot, actually. Ooh, we get the Harry Ish as opposed to Sammy Biscuits. Interesting. Morikawa, Henley, Im, Benny Ann, Fitzpatrick, Campbell. Okay. So what is this? We just gonna have the same dudes? All right, Byron, this is what we would call a core. Core 5. It's not your old boss Joe Nicely's core 4. We have a core 5. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all. I really like Sungjae this week. I know everybody else does, but not bad. Like the name Sammy Biscuits. Sammy Burns, Sammy Biscuits. It's literally just subbing one guy in there all the time. You know, I have yet to find that to be an absolutely good thing, but I know if you want to hit the optimal lineup, if you can find a core that you just know, you feel in your loins that they're going to do well, you got to go with it, man. Got to go with it. How about, I mean, I really like all of those golfers. Like Benny Ann and Brian Campbell, that's your flavor. Same with Henley, but I really like Morikawa and Im this week. Oh, let's run the optimizer and see what else spits out. Yeah, subs out another guy. 2 6Ks, that's fine. Let's see if we can get something different. If not, I will remove somebody. Will Zalatoris. Yeah, I mean, it just looks good, dude. The fact that you can sub in all these guys without the buckets breaking everything, or without breaking the buckets. Steven Yeager. Someone said it. The value play of the week. And then it's Minwoo with Adam Scott. All right, so Colin Morikawa, I'm just going to boot out of there. And then I'm going to bring back most of these dudes, except for Tony Finau. Probably kick out Sung Jae also. We'll see. Do I love Benny Ann? Playing him this week is going to kill me. Dude is going to kill me. Yeah, he probably will. All right, Byron, here's a different one. Xander, Henley, J-Day, Sung Jae, Cammy Boy Davis, and Brian Campbell. 2 low 6Ks. Actually, you know what? It's actually a good thing to go look at. Go here. Let's go RBC Heritage. The Heritage 2024 GPP winner. Actually, optimal? Yeah, here it is. Your optimal lineup last year. 13-3, 9-2, 7-6, 7-2, 6-2, and 6-1. 6,200 and 6,100. It's pretty much what we had right there. That last one. I don't even remember what I had. What was it? It was Cammy Boy Davis with Brian Campbell. 6,100, 6,000. It's not exactly the same, but hey, the point of looking that stuff over is to be like, hey, look what the perfect lineup had last year. A $6,200 golfer and a $6,100 golfer. It's not so bad. 10-9-8, 7-7-6. Just a traditional lineup there that took down the GPP winning lineup. Yeah. Okay. We can die together. Benny Ann. Benny already destroyed my first Horcrux at the 2024. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably spin that in a way to also include Grayson Murray's passing to go along with the Horcrux. The lineup on the screen is really good, by the way. Xander, Russell Henley, Sung Jae, Bradley, and Benny. That's a really good lineup. I didn't even see it. Here, Byron, I'll give you one of these. I like that last lineup a little bit more than the low price guys. Okay. I think what we got one lineup left, and who was it? Who is right here? All right. So if I haven't gotten to anybody else, because this is all I see for the last lineup to build. If you want a lineup build, put it in the chat. Just throwing that out there right now. Throw it in the chat. Okay, so we want Berger, Harmon, and Gerard. Harmon, Berger time, and Ryan Gerard. Give him a little bit of a boost. Same with Harmon. And Burger Time. They all need boosts. This will be interesting because it's we got an 8, a 7, and a 6. So the 10Ks, I think the optimizer likes Morikawa the most of all the 10K golfers. Hey, let's take a moment right now and let's acknowledge this right here. And just stop it. Okay, I got it. That means Scotty wins 100%. Just too expensive. Yeah, I think a lot of people with the lineup blocks that they have, just including a 9K golfer or even a high 8K golfer kind of just ruins it. Because like Morikawa is, so Scotty is the top ranked guy in the model. And it's not even, I mean, Morikawa is second at 1125. So the metric, all the points that are combined in the model. He is 55 points below Scheffler. And then from there, the next closest guy would be Justin Thomas at 1094. So like Scheffler is clearly better than the rest of these guys, but for that $2,000 extra, yeah, it's probably what it's coming down to. Because obviously the optimizer sees the value from Scotty to Morikawa, and it's just like, yeah, let's just do Morikawa lineups. Let's do a Morikawa lineup with the 9K golfer. Like, it's just easier to do it that way. Okay. Good night goes, no, I'm not Bryson. Okay. All right, here we go, man. Oh, Byron's got some more lineups in there. Yeah, we can do that. No issues with that, man. First lineup is, go figure, Morikawa, Fleetwood, Berger, Harman, Horschel, and Gerard. A good lineup. I like that lineup a lot. 1098, 766. Morikawa, Fleetwood, Berger, Harman, Glover, Gerard. Yeah, sign me up for that one too, man. Fleetwood is the pivot from Sungjae. This is a good lineup too. Zalatoris. So we have the same thing happening. We just have four. Two 10Ks. Morikawa, Xander, Berger, Harman, Gerard, and Chris Kirk. Sign me up, dude. This is a pretty common build. If you were at the Pass Optimal and GPP in the lineup segment, you would have saw that. You would have seen it. Morikawa, Henley, Berger, Harman, Gerard, and the Grease Trap. Schauffele, Henley, Berger, Harman, Thigala, Gerard. That's not terrible. That's beautiful. Yeah, some of these lineups are good, dude. Davey Boy Thompson to go with Schauffele, Henley, Berger, Harman, and Gerard. Cantlay, okay. A little different here. Now we get Cantlay and Connors. Ooh, I like that. DB, straight vibin'. Harman, Penrith, and Gerard. Not a huge fan of Penrith this week. Still not going to not play him. Xander Connors, Berger, Harman, Finau, and Gerard. That one's solid. Morikawa, Henley, Berger, Harman, Fowler, Gerard. Okay, how many do we have so far? Did I just build you 10? I did build you 10. We'll build a couple more. You have a 601 Brian Campbell outright ticket. I have reverse Horcrux. Good luck, dude. Good luck. Morikawa, Henley, Berger, Harman, Jaeger. Ooh, 1098-766. Yeah, sign me up, dude. That's a solid lineup. I'm gonna actually highlight that one. I like it. Not that I wouldn't have highlighted other ones, but we are towards the end, so I don't mind taking the time out to do that. We add Patrick Rogers to the mix. Same lineup situation. Last one. Mac Hughes, and no, let's try one more. I don't hate Mac Hughes this week, by the way. Just one. Oh, there we go. I like this. Okay, cool. That one worked out. Those are some decent lineups. Good night. Some decent lineups. Okay. I don't think I have anyone else. I mean, AJ Love Were you really trying to do some Scheffler Cole lineups? Oh yeah, you did put Scheffler Cole in there. Okay. Scheffler and Cole. Garbo, talk to me about why Dunlap dipping his head is so hard, is fundamentally okay. I'm fine with a dip, but that much is too much. Okay, I'll give you my 5-minute rant. Not so much a rant, but I think what ends up happening with, like, I was this way too with teaching golf. One, you learn, you kind of, when you first get in the golf industry, you learn from the old heads that were at the golf course that you either worked at or the golf coach that you had. And most of the old heads are traditionalists. I actually would throw Keith Stewart into this. I love Keith Stewart. I love you, Byron, but there are certain things that are said that are just downright disagreeable, like easily disagreeable. Bryson DeChambeau not knowing how to chip around the greens because he's got 6 irons for his wedges is fucking stupid. That's an old head not understanding new techniques and new technologies. The same can be applied with golf swings. Not every golf swing has to look the same. Not every golf swing is the same. Not everybody's body is the same. So trying to coach a traditional golf swing for everybody just doesn't apply. And it's wrong. Like, it would be dead wrong to try to make everyone swing like everybody else. Some people's hands are shorter. Some people's torsos are longer. Some people's legs are shorter. Golf swings aren't meant to be the same. They're not meant to be the same. And it's very, I think, negligent and irresponsible to try to teach everybody that a certain golf swing is supposed to be the same. Now, the whole head dipping thing, I gave you my reason as to why it's not that big of a deal based off of my own golf swing. I've got short arms relative to my height. I'm 6'4", but my wingspan is like 6'1", 6'2", which is incredibly weird. Like, for basketball, it was a struggle for me to dunk a basketball, and I never knew why. Like, I had decent hops compared to some of the other guys that were not as tall as me, but had freakishly long arms. When I set up, so I stand pretty tall, put my club down. When I swing back, I tend to, because I have to bend more over because I'm tall, and I know you're tall too, but like, I have to bend more over because I've got short arms. So when I swing, it's not comfortable for me to stay in that position. Like, I'm not Dustin Johnson. I'm not going to torque my body that way. So a lot of times what will happen is I actually kind of start lifting up, which isn't a good thing fundamentally in a golf swing. But what ended up happening is I just learned to do that over and over and over and over again. So I kind of stand a little taller as I bring the club back. And then when I get up to the top, when I get down, my forward body actually gets so far ahead that when I make my golf swing, I kind of go up. And then when I start to get down, I'm already ahead of the ball where I drop like this. And you can't tell, but my hands are so far ahead of the golf ball that I cover the golf ball. And if you saw my impact like what my club, the shaft of my club at impact looks like. It's like this. I mean, I have such strong lag in my golf swing, and the angle of impact is just, it's really shallow because I've created all this space behind me on my right side. So I've got that stupid head dip. I don't like it. Personally, I don't like it. It looks dumb. It looks stupid. It helps me sling draws. Like I was telling you, it helps me shallow out my golf swing. Not that I'm trying to do that. But that's just how my golf swing has been for forever. And it helps me just trap the golf ball, cover the golf ball. Just my way of swinging. I'm texting Keith right now. The head movement on a tennis serve, golf swing, etc. can cause hand-eye coordination short circuits. True. Okay, so there's my head pro believes in the Jimmy Ballard golf swing. You should check that out. Jimmy Ballard. Like, he literally would throw me that stupid fucking book. Like, I'm sour about this. He would throw me this stupid book. And Jimmy Ballard believes that a golf swing should be athletic, like any other sport. So Jimmy Ballard's way of teaching is, how would you throw a baseball if you stand 90 degrees, like your target's that way, it's that way. How would you throw a baseball the farthest you can throw it? Would you just keep everything still and just do this? No, you wouldn't. You would go back, and with going back, your head would go back, and then when you come through, your head goes forward. So really, there's this huge head movement that goes like this. I wasn't a firm believer in it. I still don't firmly believe in that, but keeping your head still isn't absolutely necessary in a golf swing. Like, it is definitely taught because it's the easiest, and you kind of just mention it. Like, it's a bit of a shortcut. If you can keep your head still and just rotate around your spine, I mean, your head can't stay still. It's impossible to keep your head still. You shouldn't keep your head still in the golf swing. But to be more athletic in your golf swing, you should load up to your right side, and there's just going to be a slight movement, just a slight movement. And then when you come through, your head is going to start going forward, but your whole body is going to, like, I mean, your head will kind of stay there, and your whole body will start following through with your golf swing. Some people just have more side bend than other people, and I think it'd be poor to teach people not to do that, because some people, I think, have to do that. I doubt you dip your head that much, though. I mean, you and I will go golfing this summer, and you will see. It's not, yeah, you're probably right. It's not as much as his, but it's enough that if I was coaching myself, I was teaching myself, I would try to tell me to stop doing that, basically. Okay, but not absolutely still. Dunlap is going to have CTE if he keeps swinging like that. Too much head dip is bad. Rory dips. I mean, Joaquin Niemann, that was his big thing when he came into... When Joaquin Niemann came onto the tour, his side bend at impact was almost a tabletop. He was almost like this when he would swing through. He had a lot of head dip. He doesn't have it as much. I was watching him. I was like, wow, that kind of changed. But he had a lot of head dip. Anyways. All right. That was more than 5 minutes. AJ Love, I'm sure you're still here, right? I'll continue talking about it. You can continue asking about it, Byron. I'm just going to build lineups for AJ while we go through this. I already built lineups for AJ, but Scheffler Cole is what he wants to see. Okay, so it's 10-8, 3 7s, and a 6, which is absolutely fine. Byron, the other thing I'll talk about for Dunlap, for being as tall as he is, he's kind of a little pussy. I'm not gonna lie. He doesn't hit the ball that far at all. For being that tall, he doesn't hit the ball very far at all. I'm surprised that he doesn't. It's gross. Yeah, and Willie Z, isn't that what jacked his back up? I don't know. I can't remember why his back was all jacked up. Put my hand up on your hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip. We've gone off the rails. AMG Golf. Go look him up. Byron. AMG Golf. Holy crap. Them, and then, by the way, I'm sorry, AJ, I've hijacked this. Me and My Golf was my first understanding of what early extension was. I had no idea what early extension was in the golf swing, and it was at a time that I had the shanks really bad. And they had several videos out for early extension. AMG Golf also has videos out for early extension, and they actually put all those like motion balls on other PGA Tour players as well as amateurs and show the difference. It's very interesting. One of the most interesting things that I learned about AMG Golf is PGA Tour players. It's Rory, DJ, Brooks. I think it's just those that I know for sure. When you focus in on the hips, the tailbone, and the pelvis, how it works in the golf swing, when those golfers bring the club back, their pelvis is actually moving forward. Like it just briefly, it's moving forward, and it stops. It kind of goes back for like a little second, and then it continues moving forward, and then the downswing happens. It's the weirdest thing, and it almost reminds me of like a stack and tilt golf swing, if you remember those from back in the day. But it's just like the golfers are actually making their turn, but as they're making their turn going back, their hips are actually starting, like their hips are always moving forward. Like not always. There's a brief second where it kind of just goes back and then it goes forward. It's fascinating stuff. Anybody who has never seen AMG Golf or Me and My Golf that Aaron Rye puts on, and by the way, I love that Aaron Rye does that. The Me and My Golf guys, first YouTube channel I ever watched on golf instruction that was actually good. That was actually good. And it's by teaching people through YouTube. Whereas like you would get the Butch Harmon and the who's the short game guy that just died for Phil Mickelson. I forget his name. But even like the David Ledbetters and the Hank Haneys and shit, when you listen, like when you watch their stupid videos, like Butch was good. I like Butch Harmon's, but the Me and My Golf guys, oh, so much better. Still much better, or like better at teaching golf. I can only hit my 8-iron 120, and I'm great at chipping and putting. It's my game. You such a musician, AJ. Wheels up, yes, still at it. Still at it. Well, we're pretty much done. I'm Pels. Thank you. Yeah, Dave Pels. I'm just building secondary lineups for people at this point, so we're pretty much done. AJ wanted to see Scheffler Cole because we had 0 Scheffler lineups. 3 6Ks. Look at this lineup. We didn't even ask it to pick Xander Schauffele or even put 2 10K golfers in it. And it already is just like, this is, oh my God, hold on. I'm going to save this lineup. Look at this shit. 6155. I swear I've built lower line. Yeah, look at all these right here. 5900s. Some 6000, 6100s. More 59 and straight 6000s. This lineup is probably one of the top, well, it's probably in the middle of the pack, to be honest. Oh, and it doesn't matter with the totals. I bump up people's points. Like Eric Cole is bumped up 200 points more than he should be, or 100 points more than he should be. So never mind. This is more like it. This is a more common Scotty build that would take down a GPP. 10, 8, 3 or 10, 8, 2 7s, 2 6s. That's more common. I don't think those golfers are that great to put with Scottie Scheffler. That's actually a good thing to talk about. I think when Scottie's at 13-1, how many quality lineups can we build with 8K, 7Ks, and 6Ks? Scheffler, Straka, Bradley, Colley, like this one I think is, it's passable, but not great. I mean, I would not feel comfortable putting that in a GPP. Even this one too. This one's dumb. Cam Young, please. No, thank you. I came back to see my lineups. Eric Carnivore, I need your lineups because I don't think I got them. I don't remember putting your name up on the screen. I probably missed them, man. Scheffler, Minwoo, Bradley, Thigala, Pendrith, Eric Cole. Some lineups. Did I build you lineups? I don't remember if I did. Scheffler, Minwoo, Keegan, Thigala, Pendrith, Cole. Yeah, that's whatever. It's fine. Okay. Well, put your golfers in the chat. I asked I know you weren't here, but I've been asking the chat several times, like, hey, if I missed your lineups, please put them in the chat so I can build lineups for them. We are 2 likes away from me giving out 5 free memberships. I don't even know if I should, because I don't know if I have that many subscribers that have their gift giving enabled. Oh, all right, Eric. Sounds good, man. Okay, this lineup is all right. I really don't. I don't want Minwoo in any of these lineups at all. If I was to do a proper Eric Cole Scheffler lineup, well, I think what I would do is I'd grab some of these guys that are lower priced, like Burns, even Hoagie. So I'm gonna do like a Burns, Hoagie lineup to go with Cole. That's fine. I would do a core 4 like this and just see what the optimizer would do. It might break, might not. Yeah, so I much rather have a lineup like this. I don't care that much for Billy Horschel, but a lineup that looks closer to what I just put on is better than what I've seen. Yeah, this is perfect. A 10, 8, 7, 7, 7, 6. I'd much rather do that. I like Hoagie. Probably not Bobby Mack. Like if there was an 8, it would be Daniel Berger. Daniel Berger would be the guy I'd want to put up with Scottie Scheffler in like 3 7Ks, if possible. Okay, can't do it, breaks. Is that because of Burns? Let me see. Ooh, 10, 8, 8? I don't know about 10, 8, 8. Again, I'm just going based off of what I've seen most 13K max lineups. Yeah, there we go. This is the one. This is the one minus Taylor Pendrith. I didn't see it was Taylor Pendrith, but I like lineups like this. If I'm trying to build a Scottie lineup, that looks good. Okay, so Aaron Rye, if we're not doing, I'm going to bring back Glover. I don't know if I want Aaron Rye, but I don't hate a lineup like this for Scottie Scheffler. And then it breaks. So yeah, that's pretty narrow if I'm going Danny Berger. Can I get a... Ooh, Sungjae? Let's see if I can do a Sungjae lineup. I can. And there's Michael Kim, for those that are wondering where the hell Michael Kim's been. That's fine. I don't want Michael Kim. And then it breaks. Does it break because Eric Cole is in my lineup? Let's double check. So that's close. I don't know if I want Tony Finau. We'll try one more. One more, just getting different ideas. I'm not really liking all of these Scotty lineups. Not a huge fan of Sahith. Let's see, if I cross him out, I'm gonna cross, yeah, this is fine. Weekend Eric, an applause for tonight. Can Eric. There were laughs, tears, and oohs and ahs. Cam Young, please. I said one more, but I want one more. I'm not going to end on a Cam Young or a Jason Day lineup. Nope. All right, so yeah, this is fine. Seabez, not one of my favorites, but this something like that I like a little bit more. Speaking of Nick Dunlap. There it is. There it is. There it is. Finally. Finally, finally, finally. The Scotty lineup we've all been looking for. Yeah. That's the one I was looking for, man. Finally, you dig, you dig, you dig, and you find it. Don't want Eckroat. Chris Kirk? Sure. Okay. I'll probably build some Scotty lineups tomorrow night. I don't have to stick here and continue doing this. Matt Kuchar plus Ryan Gerard lock. No Scotty is my cores. Do you want me to build lineups for you, Wheels Up? Here, I'll build you a Scheffler Davis Campbell lineup. See what it does. Scheffler, Davis, and Campbell. If you want, yeah, I can do that. It's no problem. Can you give me your actual like core that you want me to build lamps around? Because you gave me what? Im and Colin are your favorite pay-ups, and then Matt Kuchar and Ryan Gerard is your core. My Excel OCD kicks in every time you put in the points added in column P and then adding it manually in H, just plus P. Oh, yeah. You want to know why? Okay, actually, that's not a bad idea, Byron. I haven't really thought about it. I literally only do this for you guys, like adding the different points, and just I never think about putting a formula in here. And I guess if I'm being honest with you, I don't know if the formula is going to work with the optimizer. Like if I put a formula in here. It probably does because it takes a look at this and this has formulas written in there. Yeah, it probably will work. All right, Byron, how do you think about these apples? Scotty Scheffler, JT, J Spawn, B Horsch, Cam Day, Cam Davis, Brian Cam. Trying to come up with all the nicknames. 2 10Ks. Hot damn. Ah, diggity damn. Billy Horsch getting kicked. Novak Dietrich hits harder than Walter White Meth. Gee. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Oh, Minwoo Lee, go away. It's that annoying friend that just won't leave you alone. Go away, man. There we go. Denny McCarthy. I get Scheffler, M, McCarthy, Rye. Don't hate it. I can't put all of my apples in one basket on Rye, so we're going to kick him out. This is perfect. This is what I'm looking for. Byron, this is the lineup, man. 10-8-8, 7-6-6. Yep, that's the other Scheffler lineup I'm cool with. We'll save it like this. And separate them. Two Scheffler lineups that I like. Badow. All right, wheels up. Let's take a look. Oh God, it's disgusting. I love it. I know. It was fantastic. Lock M, Colin, Kuchar, and 0% Scott. Well, I'll say this right now. What's the timestamp? We are at 3 hours and 45 minutes, sir. Yep, there you go. You got it. Yeah, if we lock in M, Scotty Scheffler's not going to be picked. Wheels up. I don't even have to lock him out. Lock in, lock M, Colin, Mbot. Where's the Mbot? M, Colin, and Kuchar. I don't actually, I will be playing Kuchar this week. That's for certain. All right, first lineup is Morikawa, Cantlay, M, Colley, Horschel, Kuchar. Okay. I like this. I like the fact that Sahith Theegala is not being picked, or any of the other low 7K golfers. Morikawa, JT, Sungjae, Bradley, Scott, and Kuchar. Pretty solid. Kuchar will be 7%, probably. Morikawa, JT, M, Rye, Davis, and Kuchar. I like it. Morikawa, Henley, Sungjae, Minwoo, the Grease Trap, and Kuchar. Is 1/3 of the field really just going to jam Scotty into their lineups? Oof. Is that going to happen? Morikawa, Straka, Sungjae, Rye, Bradley, Kuchar. That one's pretty solid. I can get behind it. Morikawa, Straka, M, Rye, Colley, Kuchar. These are some interesting lineups, man. Darbo, do you have a contest selection preference when Scotty is so expensive? I might. I think so, but his form at that price scares me. I think all your soccer moms play Scheffler. Morikawa, Straka, M, Rye, Davey Boy Thompson, Kuchar. Sure, that one works. Morikawa, Straka, M, Rye, Batia, and Kuchar. I'm gonna kick out Straka. See what the optimizer does. Gotta come up with different ideas. Morikawa, Sungjae, Bobby Mack, Denny McCarthy, Rye, and Kuchar. That one's solid. Oh, Cam Young. Oof. Morikawa, Thomas, Sungjae, Aaron Rye, Cam Young, Matt Kuchar. Sure. Just save it just to save it. I don't know, Byron. I'm still thinking about this contest selection when Scotty is so expensive. Morikawa, Schauffele, M, Rye, Kirk, Kuchar. Actually, I like this lineup a lot. This is a really good lineup. If you really think Morikawa, like Morikawa and Schauffele have some of the best win equity in the field, I don't see why not. Yeah, 11 lineups there for you, sir. Okay, one last one. Ryan says, "Hey Eric, I have an idea for you for a tool. Can you take the lineups we build ownership and post on site as like a projection?" Yeah, I probably could do that. Yeah, I could do that. Was alarming that the Scheffler lineups were outscoring the lineups we built earlier. There's also something you got to remember, and this is the thing when everyone asks me to rank the lineups like by those points. By the way, this is a good lineup too. It's a really good lineup. Morikawa, Cantlay, Im, Spawn, Dietrich, and Kuchar. Here, let me show you this really quickly. So you see this? I added 200 points to Matt Kuchar's score. So these lineups are at 6226. They would literally be at 6026 if Kuchar was just locked in there without a 200-point boost. So this would be a false, a false value. So when we look at the 6200 lineup, it might be one of the highest ranked lineups based off of points, but that's because I had to fabricate it in order to, in order for convenience for me to not have to keep going down and locking out golfers, or, if I locked in Kuchar, it's just to avoid, the optimizer doing its thing. So it's not a true evaluation of, how good those lineups are. So those Scotty lineups that I had to put Cole and whatever, I added like 100 points to some of these golfers. Like Campbell and Cam Davis, like I added 100 points to them, I'm pretty sure. I don't think I did anything here. And then 5884. Yeah, that's pretty low, and that's with me not fudging with any of the numbers. So when you guys want me to rank by this, it doesn't really mean anything to me, and I never really clarified that before. It's like, I don't mind doing it for you guys, but it's not a true evaluation of those lineups. Okay, let me answer this question. I think I've given it some thought, Byron. Contest selection. So my contest selection is always going to be the same. It will always be the same. Let me open up. I keep track of all of my lineups, by the way. So yeah, you can't see this. I keep track of all of my lineups. So the Masters, Valero, Houston, whatever. I keep track of all of them. 2023, 2022, 2021, 2019, 2020. They're all the lineups. Keep track of them all. I haven't done anything with them. I don't think I plan on doing anything with them. But basically, I open this up, the Masters. And I'm only showing you this because I literally do this every single week. So you can see all my Millie Maker lineups. I did 20 of them. And basically all I try to do, Byron, is in this column here, I had 4 Scotty lineups. I had 4 Scotty lineups, but I had 7 Rory lineups. And then I sprinkled in everyone else. So basically that's what I will always do when it comes to the high priced, like it's my highest entered contest. Like some of these down here, these are more, maybe not the Drive the Green contest, but the other ones are more like league lineups, basically. I just saw something. I don't think I'd ever put this lineup in to this contest with Cam Young being in it. I don't know why I did that. I think I just blindly did it because I randomize. Basically, if you didn't know, the optimizer has this tool attached to it, the randomize. So it'll always put in random golfers or random lineups up here. And basically what I'll do, I do it 2 parts. So you see all the lineups that are colored. I do this for all of mine. So any lineup that I'll highlight, I literally will do this. I'll go sort, put color on top. And so, I'll basically, oh my God, what the hell? Why is it not letting me do this? Should go on top. Oh. Interesting. I don't understand why it's doing this. Anyways, what I'll end up doing is then I will copy and paste this over somewhere else and then I'll delete it. And then I'll go over and I'll randomize. And then I'll bring those ones that I deleted, I'll paste them in here and then I'll delete the rest. And basically I create 2 groups of lineups. One are my really good lineups that are highlighted, and the other one is just my random ass lineups that I don't care for. Like these would all be random ass lineups I don't care for. And those will go into, I mean, I basically do, I segment these completely. Like there's all my, there's the 21, or there's the 20 winner take alls for $1,000. Here are 20 winner take all for 1.5, 23K. And that's where I put in all these random, I mean, I put all my good lineups up here first. And then all my mini max, I just put in random lineups or whatever. And then jukebox, and then I just pair up. Like last week, what I did for my winner take alls is I put 7 of the same lineup in these different contests to try to win $350 if they end up hitting. And that would pay back basically all of my contest reservations. Like I put strategy into getting my money back. I don't really put strategy into the lineups that I build with certain golfers. The only thing that matters to me is not to be too spread. Like I just don't want to be spread too thin for all of my high entry fee contests. Like I guess what I end up doing here is what I don't want to see, and this is the thing for me, I find it completely dejecting when if I went narrow on a core for my Millie Maker last week and say I had Brooks Koepka in all of my lineups. Because Brooks missed the cut, I have zero chance to win anything. Now, if you were to tell me, well, if you want the best opportunity to win it all, you would want to be tight with a core, I would agree with you. That reasoning to me is absolutely sound. But I want one bullet always. I just want the hope for one bullet to do something. So like Ryan Henson reached out to me. He's like, you should do the core cascading method. It's like, I would never do that. Never. I used to, but nope. I've got an optimizer that helps me build lineups. I don't need to core cascade. And I wouldn't want to, because I don't want to lose a ton of money by core cascading versus having all these bullets. Because these are technically, all of these lineups are meaningful lineups. They all follow the bucket system. They all follow the SweetSpot process. Every single one of them follows the SweetSpot process. And part of it is, I'm not going to get on lineups like Christian Bizaneho. The one lineup that had a shot, by the way, is this one right here. Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, Minwoo Lee, Patrick Reed, Davis Thompson, Tom Hoagie. So I was close. Minwoo fucking shit the bed though. Like that shit pisses me off. Like that's why I have a sour taste in my mouth this week. Because Hoagie was in the optimal lineup, Rory was in the optimal lineup, Davey Boy Thompson was doing decent until the end of Saturday and then most of Sunday. Minwoo just fucking choked on his I'd say his own dick, but we all know he's got a small one. There's no way he's choking on that one. Anyways. No, contest selection for me when it comes to Scotty Scheffler lineups, I'll just follow the sweet spot process, but I know the answer you're looking for. And quite frankly, if I'm making like kind of what I just did tonight, building these lineups here, I want meaningful Scotty lineups, because you can't build that many lineups. And like the other lineups that I built that I thought were absolute garbage, like I'm not doing this one. Like Sahith has enough questions already. Minwoo on a tight golf course, enough questions. I don't want that. That's not a meaningful lineup to me. This one is questionable. I like Colley's form coming in. I think Eric is going to be a gamer today or this week. Like the dog that's in Eric Cole. Keegan's a fucking toss-up, man. I have no idea. Sep's a baller. I like Sep Straka. Again, don't like Minwoo. A lineup like this has too many 6K golfers in it. To me, that's not a meaningful lineup. So I wouldn't ever save that lineup. Yeah, anyways. Jesus. Yeah, so as I was talking about that, let me go back to the chat. Think so, but form at that price scares me. Herrick, I haven't. Oh yeah. It was alarming that Scheffler. Yep. Like single entries, as there are less combos to find mystery 5 guys. Yeah, I'm still just gonna hold on to what I just said. I'd rather build meaningful lineups with Scheffler in them versus like just random lineups with 3 6K golfers in it. I don't like that one. I don't like putting, you know, I don't think 3 6K golfers are going to get it done this week. So it'd be difficult to build a Scotty line or put a Scotty lineup with 3 6K golfers into a decent contest. Maybe a winner take all for the 25 cent, $50 winner take alls. You can do it there. I got no issue with that, because then you're not putting a lot of money, a lot of investment on that. Scotty has to win at his price. No, he doesn't. I just proved that. I just proved that in an earlier segment. What contest or what? The 2023? Oh, what contest was it? Dang it. Or what tournament was it? Was it the Wells Fargo? No. Oh, the Charles Schwab. That's what it was. $2024 Charles Schwab. There you go. He doesn't have to win. Scheffler finished T2nd, scored 104 points. The only closest one to him. I mean, he lost to Davis Riley, who was $5,800. So in this scenario where Scotty Scheffler didn't win, a low price golfer would have to make up for it. In this contest, in this week at the RBC Heritage, you probably do have, I mean, your point is valid. Because we don't have a 5K range like you can see at the Charles Schwab Challenge last year. Even if like a $6,100 golfer wins the tournament, Scotty, if Colin, by the way, who finished 4th in that tournament, he is the same price this week. If he finishes 4th, there's probably an argument that you'd want to play Morikawa over Scheffler, because that's only a 9-point difference. I bet you anything there will be 7 and 8K golfers that will have scored more points than these golfers here that are closer to the makeup points, basically, between Scotty and Colin Morikawa. Because this is extremely narrow. And by the way, as I was just telling Byron how I wouldn't want to put a Scotty lineup with 2 6K golfers or 3 6K golfers. Here you go. I would have considered every one of these guys a 6K golfer, despite that being a 5K range. in the whole SweetSpot process, there's no 5K range. It's just the 6th tier salaries, which I'll always call the low 6K range. That's where these guys would live, and Kevin Tway would also be in that low 6K range. Actually, no, he'd be a high 6K golfer. He'd be a high 6K golfer. Riley would actually be a high 6K golfer, and like for the price conversion that I did that week. And Streelman would probably also be a high 6K golfer, maybe a low 6K. But these two for sure would be, because it usually goes down to 5,500. It's like 62 to 55 is usually the high 6K when there's a 5K range. Like if I'm making the conversions, and then it would drop further than that, or then it would go down from there. So maybe Streelman's in the high 6K, maybe he's in the low 6K. I don't know. So yeah, I guess there would be 3 6Ks. And Keegan would be a 7K golfer at his $8,100 price tag for the conversion. Again, the conversion only happens when there's a 5K range. I do not accept DraftKings 5K range. I will never accept it. It's so stupid. I will always convert them to be to smush the outsides in and then have, 5Ks be 6Ks actually. Okay, sorry. Oh my God, Davis Thompson. What a terrible round 4 from both of them. Yeah. Damn, I went to sleep and woke back up. Did I make you go to sleep? I didn't even say goodnight to Wheels Up. Guy has to win his price. Yeah, see Wheels. Ooh, I like the winner take all contests. I want to get them in there with you now. Yeah, do it, man. Those winner take all contests are my favorite contests of all time. Of all time. I absolutely love them. Here you go, Byron. We're already maxed out. Already maxed this one out right here. Here's my dummy lineup, guys. Schauffele, Hovland, Im, Burns, Rye, Zalatoris. That's my dummy lineup. And I like to do these tickets. I have a whole strategy doing these. We max out the quarter arcade because I don't intend on spending more than $200 this week. So the winning prize will give me my entry fee back. Do this contest, just easy, boom, 7. Already maxed out the other ones. And there's not a new winner take all contest for me. Boom. Now the entries go up to 182. that the dummy lineup would have slapped. Yeah, that's kind of how the dummy lineups work. It's just like, hey, these look good 10 years ago. Okay. I was right on with Zach Johnson and Rose, but the other 10 guys or the other 4 guys missed the cut. That's like reverse bad luck. Holy, or not bad luck. That's terrible. Two low price guys and then the other 4 couldn't do it. Watch Minwoo win. He's looking to be 5 to 6% owned. I just don't think he can at a golf course like this. No, but I'm talking about the people you're playing against. Their chances of finding the right Scotty lineup is less in single entries. Scotty would need to be top 3 at least, I would think. Yeah, I would say that's right. Sweet. Burns gonna explode that lineup. It's only a dummy lineup. I only put dummy lineups in like qualifying contests, so like tickets and stuff like that. I honestly, because like I have that FOMO feeling of creating a lineup and thinking it's the best lineup ever, although it's just a first look lineup. Like I don't, anyways. But going back to what you said, Byron, no, but I'm talking about the people you're playing against. Their chances of finding the right Scotty lineup is less in single entries. Yeah, I'm just different, I guess, when it comes to building lineups. I understand that fantasy golf or just any DFS contest is you playing against other people, and all you need to do is beat other people. But there are several pivots you can make when it comes to, you know, like, I think the most simple thing that people do is, I'm going to pivot from this 10K golfer to another 10K golfer. Or I'm going to pivot from just putting 10K golfers in a lineup to putting 2 9K golfers in a lineup. It's like, yeah, but you're still picking 3 guys that everybody else is playing. And then you're trying to get different with 3 other dudes. Whereas like the process that I've built just helps randomize. And I think that randomization is all that I need to be different. Like that, I mean, like that's also, the optimizer just helps me follow my own rules that I've created. And again, put me on a good Scheffler lineup. Like, I'm sure what I'll want to do is do like a Scheffler Hovland. Oh, I can't, never mind. Hovland's playing with Scheffler. There we go. Perfect. But like a Scheffler, I already did this. Scheffler Sungjae. And then just go from there. And I'll just continue to build this until I see a good lineup. Like this one isn't bad. I like Gerard. I don't really care for Horschel. I don't want Sahith. This is okay for all the people that are in the chat that have seen me build lineups for years. Know that a stupid golfer who shows up all the time that makes me mad, or that is like I don't like, tends to finish well. Like, so Minwoo, yeah, Minwoo might actually do it because he shows up every single time I build these lineups, and I do not want to play him. I'll play him in some. I'll play him in some. Not all. The Greaser Man, the Grease Trap. I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, Scotty Sungjae into Bud Colley is where like the most quality lineups that I've seen with Scotty Sungjae lineups. Yeah, some of these are just gross. I don't think it's Scotty's week. Yeah, and maybe I'm just biased because I'm not seeing any good lineups. These are all garbage. Is it just because of Sungjae? Who would be my replacement? Burger? Try a little Burger time. But then I'm going to get Rye, and I don't really want to play Rye. Ooh, Wyndham Clark. Yeah, let's kick out Finau too. I got to 25 likes. Do I put $5 in, or not $5? Here, I'm going to do this. I'm very... I don't know. I have no idea if this is going to work out. I'm just going to do one. And it's going to be 0, isn't it? It's going to be 0. 0 people are going to get memberships. Oh, we got one to Tara. Wow. I'm not saving any money by buying them at a bulk rate, so let's do one more. Oh, okay, look at this. I think 25 likes for, I think because we're okay. I don't know if that's going to be sustainable going forward. Paying $25 for every time I get to 25 likes, that would be pretty. Paying $1 a like though, I don't know. We'll see how it works out. We'll see how it shakes out. I think I'm just going to do the 2. I'm too afraid to continue going on to see what happened last week, where I was gifting out memberships and then 3 just didn't happen. You're welcome, Tara. Actually, does this come back to me, I wonder? Since I'm paying myself, essentially. YouTube takes a little rake, don't they? Just jump it by 5 every time you meet the goal. You should be on 40 likes by now as the threshold. That's true. All right, ladies and germs, I think I'm crashing. I am crashing. We're gonna call it quits right there. How do I accept my membership? You don't. You just got it. The fact you got a badge right next to your name means that you have a membership. You were just getting taxed on your own money. I know. Byron, of course, dude. Hey, by the way, Byron. Oh, I would take my pinky out of the splint. It stays straight now. So this will be coming off soon. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Byron. Appreciate you as always. Good night, AJ. Good night, everybody else. Good night, Dave. All right, guys. Have a good night. I will see you all that are members tomorrow night, 8 p.m. All right, bye.